Big fat news week.
It was a much
Lots
fatter news week than I thought it was going to be.
big fat news week. Um Gonna have to handle this with some responsibility as there are no fewer than 46 things to talk about. But
Responsibility, huh?
I'm sure we can put heavy weight on the things we care about and less weight
I
on the things we don't.
There's gonna be at least four that you bring up, and you're gonna be like this, and I'll be like, I don't remember that, and you're gonna go, I don't remember that either. Moving
Okay.
on.
All right. Early candidate titles for the episode: Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. A little too on the
No, I'm not
nose.
doing that. That's
A little too
awful.
on the nose. We got to get a little more clever than that. There's no wit to that right off the bat. So let's
The
dig
guy
and see where
said the
we go.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Come on,
Yeah,
gotta
move on.
work. Put some work. You gotta reach for it. Um. So yeah, there's I mean, at the end of the day, like as far as a list of trailers to watch goes, there certainly were quite a few of them when it comes to the VGAs, but that's going to be the majority of what we talk about. So before we get to that, um, we should talk about the things that are not that.
Okay, I'm gonna just dive right into it. Hey, I beat God of War.
Okay.
Here's my thoughts on God of War. What excellent, 9 out of 10. The AAA Sony money prestige action game. It's about 8 hours too long.
Okay. After the
You should,
lull, you get the cool thing, and then once the
yeah,
cool thing begins, how's the ride to the credits?
great.
Okay.
They should cut the 8 hours from the first half of the game, which is something I very, very rarely say.
Mm.
Um, they should cut every section that has Atreus except for like the first one or maybe the second one, and they need to cut like half of a planet out of somewhere. So it's supposed to be two games,
Okay. Yeah,
and you
yeah,
can
yeah.
feel that it is two games because there's a part where they go, here's a whole test prototype zone that feels like a DLC campaign that just gets jammed into the side of the game.
They needed to get Tarantino's editor lady
Yeah.
to do what she does. I believe her job is to come in and like almost come to blows with him on every
Hmm.
movie, and like at the end of it, as violent and crazy as it might get, like they're like, okay, good job, thank you, I needed exactly that. And he's gonna
So
cry and shit and piss about things getting cut, and she's like, I don't give a fuck, we're cutting it. And then they get to a final state that's like, damn, that's pretty good.
so here's the really good example of why the game needs to have a little bit of a, well, it needs. I mean, it's not gonna, right? But it probably should have. Near the end of the game, you unlock a completely optional area that feels like a full DLC campaign. It's like a
Mm-hmm.
10-hour zone, and you don't have to go there, and you don't have to do anything. You can just not walk into it and just beat the game completely fine. It's the best part of the entire game, and it is unlocked at the 95th percentile where you are just about to give up on doing side shit entirely.
Okay.
Like that needed to it's super good. It's super super good, and just you get there when you're just like, okay, let's go get these apples. Um
Yeah.
but that's not what
Someone
percentile means. I don't care. Um Regardless,
uh,
yeah, good game. High quality, excellent video game. God of War. It's good value for the money. Kratos is sad in it. He's
yeah.
good sad. Chris Judge does a good job, as we will see later when he wins the thing.
Um,
Uh,
we see
the Atreus section's drag.
lots to see there. The Someone asked a question that was like, "Hey, if a game had to have a bad section, would you rather it be the beginning, middle, or end?" And for me, I'm
Definitely the
like,
beginning.
for me, I say the middle because like the introduction, the onboarding can, if I have to pick, right, the onboarding process being ruined is like I'll just not care, right?
That's so tough, dude.
I'll just not care if the beginning sucks about anything. And if the ending sucks, as we know, it's like you feel like you wasted your time, right? So the middle is also like it hurts. It's a punch to the stomach because you're slogging, but like the idea of the other two makes it like almost like a waste in a way, whereas the middle is just like, ugh.
I have trouble with that because the middle to me is, if the middle is bad, that's the run killer. I was really enjoying
You'll fade
it,
off.
and then it became terrible, and now I just leave it, and now I have like a half completed thing, and then you get the worst version of all these is, oh yeah, I dropped it, man. That I was in that ice level, it was awful, and then somebody tells, oh yeah, but
right
like
after that,
the best level in the game is right after it. You got to go back. And
no, these are all losing. These are all losing scenarios. It's just I'm thinking about personally. I can fight through a hump, and then like hit the better side running again. You know, if things slow down and get awful. When a tail end is really bad, like the closer we get and the more that fucking, again, it gets pulled away from you and you stop caring, I start to resent the characters, right? Mm-hmm. So in the beginning, if I don't get introduced to them in a way where it's working, and if everything sucks, I'm gonna hate. I just won't care about them at all to even bother playing. And if the ending makes me start to hate them, that also makes it not worth it. You know, the middle sucking can avoid those two things for me,
so
though it's still abysmal. Yeah. yeah. So
I got a real interesting experience because I was streaming, and then I just had people coming in being like, dude, Woolie's in the desert part right now and he's gonna shit.
Dude. Oh man. So I ultimately,
what I told you about last week.
Yeah, ultimately I was still playing and enjoying a Bayonetta game, just kind of like laughing at some of the sillier things that were happening. But the desert actually becomes a bad level, and then you do a really awful level where you're doing Viola on her like quest for water. And I'm like, okay, so we're doing just full-on slapstick Vash the Stampede level hijinks of, you know, like or insert other character that's like crying for water, you know, and it's like like you got one character that's like mastering the ability to rip her heart out and power up her demons to full strength, and also summon a boat in the first 10 minutes of the game. Like make a yacht, no, not a yacht, a giant sea cruiser disappear and reappear. And the other character is like dying to the elements, where some quicksand and some fucking water oasis bullshit's going on, and I'm like, what is happening? Why
really
are we
strange.
wasting so much time? And
Viola is being built up like prior were like, oh, cool sword girl, she's punk, but she's like treated like a joke character.
Yeah. And like while you're doing this really annoying sort of section, which doesn't get much better once Bayo gets involved, because again the quicksand sucks. It's big, it's wide, it's open, and to get to all the secrets on the side, you have to fucking waste your time, and it's just really blandly designed. You are hearing the howl of the cool boss fight that you want in the distance. You know, and I'm like, ever since even before that, when you're in the overworld area where it's all conjoining, you're hearing the howl, and you're like, oh man, okay, let's go Jean 2, let's go Lumen Sage 2, you know, like we're getting there. And it's like they put this fucking awful, dry ass, horrible area in front of you, and then inside of that, while you're anticipating a cool fight to come, hopefully anytime now, you do the bad Viola water, you do the next level with Bayo, and it's also really bad. And then you do one inside of it. It was the point where I got to the Muspelheim, where you have to do there's two terrible ones, and I forget which was which, but there's like one where you're on these platforms and you have to kill the flying things, and it's just really,
that's Viola.
Like, yeah, there's the Viola one for that.
One.
Yeah,
that's the worst one in the whole game. It's crazy.
And then there was using her witch time to kill things, and it's like,
that is the second worst one in the whole game.
These are not these challenges are like based on the fact that her kit sucks. It's not based on the fact that it's like, oh, this is hard to do. But what you want from a secret mission or from an Alfheim or a Muspelheim is for you to have like a challenge. But the thing is like, hey, the thing with enemy step is it's an actual thing you can do to a lot of enemies at any time if you're really skilled, and it's a challenge. But like the challenge is based on you having the ability to do something extra that's cool, right? In this restrictive witch time kind of challenge way, with hers being so bad, it just becomes like a way worse, way less fun version of the Bayo's versions of those missions, and you're doing the worst like side mission inside of the worst main mission, inside of an area that you're like, I don't give a fuck about this entire thing. What is happening? So I just had a mental disconnect where I'm running through that area like I'm supposed to be through the fucking roof. I'm playing Bayonetta 3 right now. What is happening? You know?
Where's the spectacle? Like Bayonetta's a spectacle game. Like it's got big bombastic moments and big bombastic gameplay, and I felt like the desert's the worst one by far. Like
now,
the game has problems overall. The desert is like by far the worst.
It's
Unfortunately,
crazy.
it's the best design in the whole game.
Well, that's the thing is, like, and I was like, okay, well, fortunately, you've got the fucking amazing ass Jean and Bayo from that area, and then you've got the frog, which has a really cool mechanic. You've got Ball has a the rain stuff is fun, and then you get Malphus back, and that's sick too. And like I'm like, okay, like that leads to a here's 2 demons and 2 weapons. We're sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As you get out of there, it's kind of like, what happened? I know you have to do in a lot of video games the water area, the dry area, the fire area, but
You start to see why I said it's like you're playing a Sonic game.
Sure.
Like it feels like you're going through like the desert zone.
But that's every video. That's every video game though.
I know, but like it's aggressively non-continuous.
Like the tour of the fucking, the elements is just the most basic video game concept ever, and you know what to expect with each one, and like, okay, yeah, lava's going to present an issue. It did in the past, and water creates a thing where you've got to use snake serpent within and stuff, and there's all these things, but just the sand part of it was just like, my god, man. Again, like shitty floor like stuff that I guess I'm becoming infamous for like complaining about it, but like I really don't like when the fun cage gets dropped on a video game, and I'm gonna say it every time because boy, that drained the shit out of our excitement. Reggie was trying his best to like be a professional and like, hey, oh look, oh there's stuff over, and it was like, dude, it's okay. I like, I hear you don't have to. This can suck and we can allow it to suck. And at one point I felt like as we were getting closer to talking about like, oh, what's happening with like Luca and what's happening with the plot and stuff, like I started getting into how like I felt Luca was like, kind of like you grow to accept him and kind of hand wave it. But he's just like the goofy, annoying slapstick on the side. You know what I mean? He's like, he's not great. And then it's like, meanwhile, like characters like Nico are awesome and all that. But like it goes into this thing where as the level's getting worse, I'm just like ranting about like Luca and shit. I'm like, wait, no, this is not true. Like he's not as bad as this rant is going for. I just have nothing to talk about right now.
Right.
At the end of the day, this is just like, I'm like, oh, there's nothing happening.
Like
so
if I had to take like one complaint about Bayo 3, it would not even be the story. Like that's not the biggest thing. It's like they have doubled down on everything I ever had a problem with the pacing of Bayo 1 and 2. Like they can't just give you like a normal level with like a normal boss. They're not allowed.
I'm looking forward to going back to like a Japan. You know what I mean? Like I'm kind of like, that was fine in the end. I didn't think about any of that. It was just like, oh, cool, familiar setting, and then let's try the challenge, new things showing up. Like, yeah, that's all I'm really looking for. Is like I'm expecting to be running through destroyed, cities and locations that are being affected by the plot, the singularity or whatever, and just like keep it tight, man. It felt like the desert was filler, is the thing. It felt like I was watching anime filler, and you were spending time on thirsty Viola because you had time to kill. But I'm like, there's no fucking Hanshin Tigers baseball match that's gonna delay this week's episode so that we have to fucking stuff extra into next week's. There's no reason for recaps. We can fucking go. It's a video game, you know. So you get you get fewer Viola missions, right?
Way fewer. Way fewer.
And already, like, we're looking at this big one that's a filler. It's a waste. And you're like, with what little time we spend with her, you're wasting it on fucking on this desert, you know? So weird.
In the section to come, like the next Viola level, which is like fine, I think. I can't remember it very well. But there starts to be an issue where you get about, I don't know, 3/4 through the game, and Bayo has like 95 different weapons and 22 demons and 800 moves each. And Viola has her base kit that she starts with, and that's it. God.
Yeah.
And like in that mission, you unlock her like her fucking DT essentially.
Yeah.
But her DT isn't a mode change into something cool. It's a button.
Yeah. So that's the thing is I saw it and I was like, oh, here's the switch, right? Here's the moment. And, you know, well, okay, let's see how this goes, because what you go for with Nero is like you have he had a simplified kit. It got complex with the busters and breakers, and then now we get into and now it's too complex for you to handle. Good luck steering this fucking thing. It's moving too fast for you, right? And I'm like, fantastic, right? It opens the sky up. With hers, I saw it and I was like, okay, let's see what gameplay implications come from this. And it was cool to watch, but ultimately I was like, oh, it is a press button for screen clear. Right.
And a jump that I didn't like as much as the other jump.
Her getting the extra is helpful for you know, clearance and precision. So I
ended up switching between the two, but I prefer the feel of the swing.
But yeah, can you switch off that?
You can totally go into her skill and like turn it on or off.
Nice. Okay. So, you know, you kind of you get that bit, but what I also kind of am thinking of is how, like, of, you know, the three characters in 5, V is the one whose kit kind of evolves the least, understandably, because his role is kind of like the extra of the two, you know. Nero and Dante are much more fleshed out, crazy kits that then go further. His is meant to be like, he's
like, let's see how we can control pawns in Dragon's Dogma 2 using the system.
Sure. And as a result, you know, they don't go as robust with it as they probably could have, but it like, given the nature of like what role he's playing, I guess that makes sense. They still, with Viola, I'm just looking at it like, even by comparison there, you still gain a bunch of moves over time with V in that like third fiddle context that like make his, by the end, the coordination you're setting up with Shadow and the you know, the Nightmare and shit is like, there's still like, it's asking more of you by the final V missions than the early V missions did, right? When you get that full kit unlocked. And Viola, it doesn't feel like it's asking much more of you, and it doesn't feel like there's a ton more to do, except I guess perhaps mastering the unarmed skill, you know?
I feel like Viola's design problems can be summed up really well in that so she tosses the sword out, and Cheshire's really strong. Like, Cheshire out is really, really strong, but you lose access to every defensive ability you have worth shit. So you end up equipping Moon of Malakala on her, so she has the ability to parry while her sword is out. And it creates the situation of like, I'm playing a Bayonetta game and I'm equipping accessories in order to cover my character's glaring weakness.
Yes.
That's fucking weird.
Yeah,
that's not something I should be having to think about.
And in the challenge where you had to get the witch time kills, like Mahakala parries, where it was like harder to get the just frame version that activates witch time. So even if you do like an option select of like tapping forward plus R for increased buffer time, you have a large window of parry, but then one of those frames is just the only one that matters for the witch time, so it just makes it harder to do. I think fighting no other enemy encapsulates her problems more than the snail, because that enemy sucks, and the frequency at which it's doing the frost, the frequency of its actions. It has some cool normal attacks that you're like, okay, this is good. I like an enemy that's like aggressive like that. But like the freezes into the rolls into the shit where you have to call out Cheshire, who's gonna hopefully AI do a thing to get it broken. Is just kind of like, you can see how limited her kit fucking feels when you're like, okay, so if I do the equivalent of her prop shredder, which is one of her best moves, then as soon as this thing stops caring and then goes into its next roll, I've got no defense, you know? And it kind of feels like there could have been a balance where you went, okay, let's say you've got a good like parry block that's doing its job, and you get the witch time that's a real witch time from using that, right? And we like we said earlier, you improve her by just fuck that entire dodge thing. But when you disarm the sword, maybe then you get a dodge, and maybe it's not as good dodge. But it's not as good as Bayo's dodge, right? But at least it's an active way to get out of trouble, so you can choose between the two, and you are like you're going to play a little more defensively because that's what becomes of your dodge button, you know, as long as your sword is out. No, and then you have it on the same button that is the defensive button you've been practicing with and using for the entire series, and you just alternate between those two.
For what, 14 years we've been hitting the right trigger to defend ourselves?
That would have been such a fucking like great way to fix that issue, and then, you know, create something that doesn't constantly just be like, oh my god, what am I trying to do here, you know?
I think there's a problem you haven't encountered yet, but you will shortly, where Strider like goes back and forth between the two for boss fights, right? Like Bayo fight, Viola fight, Bayo fight,
sure,
right?
Sure.
And like by the time you get to the last fight with him as Viola, like the last time you fought him with Bayo, you were using like a million different things, and you were just witch timing around and bringing the demon out and doing a cool move, and then just whatever you want, right? And then you fight him again as Viola, and you're like, cool, here's the second exact same fight I did the last time, because I didn't get anything new, and my character hasn't actually improved in any way, and it's just the same fucking fight.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just thinking of like what you could do to like, but like there's those defensive reworks, but like if you're not going to give her another weapon, if you're not going to give her the ability to have something besides Cheshire, like maybe give the ability to like input certain Cheshire commands at certain points, you know what I mean? Like,
it's weird because she has way less of a moveset than Bayo, but also doesn't get to control her stand out.
Odd. Maybe if you did things like that, you know, if you gave
like Bayo
Cheshire
gets everything and Viola gets nothing.
Yeah, less weapons and less demon control, as opposed to
and you could not a good super mode either.
Yeah, so anyway, we'll see where it continues to go, but that desert at the very least was a slump, and you know, each time I sit down, pop that shit on, all right, let's reset, let's reassess, let's give it another go, and hope for the best, and I continue to hope for the best.
You, how successful do you feel is what I'm going to call the desperate attempt to make Luca like important to the story somehow by turning him into the best boss fight in the game for seemingly no reason?
So that's why I kind of like that's why I was like, what set off me going getting annoyed about him was the part where it's like he's a bit part, he plays the role of the balls to get squashed, and he's annoying, and none of his jokes land, none of his humor really works, it's just slapstick shit, but you're like, oh god, fine, whatever, you know, kick him in the ass, sure. But then trying to make it significant in some way is like, oh god, oh no, you're committing to this in a way that makes me think that you thought we were enjoying this the whole time.
You
you
guys
know?
loved all those Luca bits. You were all like, "Yeah, woo,
And
Luca!"
it's so wild because it's like, I mean, you kind of look at Enzo in a similar light where you're just like, okay, the putz is going to be here, is going to do this stuff. And, you get that, like, in the earlier moment we described, we are just like, oh my God, that's such a horrible thing to do for him. But sure. But, like, if you were going to start including, like, plot significance and such to a supporting character, I mean, like, am I crazy for thinking that Rodin is just the person that we actively love and think is awesome and would be super
No,
down to to
no,
to see
no.
more of, right?
He's gonna go
So
hang out at the bar and he can do nothing.
so if you're gonna do this, right, you're gonna take the camera off and start focusing elsewhere on the supporting cast for a bit, like the guy who shows up for 2 seconds to grab Loki in two and then gets out of the way, or is just, again, like, he's just a slapstick side character, whatever. Okay, if you had him infiltrating doing the Jean stuff, and you had Jean as like a character that, if you don't want her to be just a clone of Bayo but like worse, then make her kit change, make her do things to her. I think people would probably not be too, like, the amount that Bayo changes between the games and seeing how much she changes here. I don't think people would be too upset with Jean getting all their drastic changes as well, for her to be a different character entirely.
You wouldn't even need to do that. There's so many weapons in the game. Just give like 3 of them to Jen,
Give her
and
the
then
different weapons.
yeah,
Yeah.
just take.
Yeah.
Dude, the fucking frog weapon comes from Jen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So just give it to her.
Sure.
And have her swap out in the levels, and then when you get to the end of the game, go, hey, Bayo and Jen can swap weapons. And,
exactly. She's got different demon contracts, and that's gonna be that, or even, like, how like Mega Man and Zero can, like, fight the same boss but get 2 skills from it, that are completely separate. Whatever, just have fun with that. Exactly, right? But you do that, and like, if you're going to, like, incorporate into gameplay, like, some sort of thing, it's like, fucking Rodin is just awesome, and, like, we barely get enough of him, and we're so down for more, but instead we're going towards Luca, who nobody's like, no one wants to take him seriously. Why would you put that on the clown,
Despite the fate of the entire multiverse being at stake, Rodin is content to just hang out in the bar and do nothing for the entire game.
So that's just weird, I put them. They were all of her all of Bayonetta's beta orbiters are often just relegated to hanging around and just sitting while she does shit, and that's their job. But in this case, you pick one to fucking emphasize, and it's the worst possible choice you could have made in terms of which one. Anyway, again, I continue to just, we'll see where it goes, man. We'll see where it goes, Other things, though. In fact, other thing. This weekend, I watched John Carpenter's The Thing.
You never watched The Thing?
No.
I thought for sure we had discussed it in the past.
We discussed it, and when we did, I said, "Oh shit, I haven't seen that yet."
Yeah, that's a great goddamn movie.
It's more than a great goddamn movie. It's a fucking masterpiece, dude. It is a masterpiece. I am, like, late to the fucking party. Guess
About
what?
30 years, but anyway.
That movie is near perfect. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. And it's so, like, just tight and like, I didn't know that it was. I found out after the fact. I mean, this was one of the only times I can think of where, as I'm watching it, I want to start the making of.
Yeah.
At the same time, I immediately want to see the making of. Because
some of the best practical effects ever.
Yeah, actually, the best practical effects I've ever seen. Like, actually, right? That just I'm not even gonna pretend I've seen anything holding a candle to some of that. Holding up, and not just holding up, but, like, properly being gross. And it makes perfect sense that I'm like, hold on a second. some of this shit, some of these melted, horrifying bodies and corpses and just deformities, I'm like, motherfucker, RoboCop, of course you're the same guy, right?
Yeah.
With the melting
Good old
dude right
Stan.
yeah, just like, of course, so it's like, okay, yeah, this makes perfect sense. It was a remake of an older, like, 50s movie, apparently.
Way older.
Yeah, okay. Black and white. And that makes sense because the whole whodunit nature of, like, I can see a bunch of dudes in fucking Dick Tracy outfits eyeing each other going, who's the thing? So I can see how that gets adapted here. But what's kind of funny is every time you go back to an old classic, and you get the times when you go back to an old movie and you're like, oh shit, this is an all-star cast, but it's in reverse because this is probably where they were starting and then they became bigger beyond
So
this.
no, Wilford Brimley, Kurt Russell, and
Keith David.
Keith David were all like established actors at the time, to my knowledge, especially Kurt.
Okay. Yeah, Kurt
Um,
for sure, because I know they also went on to do the LA and NY Escape.
but it is kind of strange to see like really young Keith David
Yeah, I didn't
and
know
no
the cast at
mustache
all.
Wilford Brimley.
So like I was watching him as like in the group and and shit, and then he starts talking, and I went, whoa! Like I had that like, oh fuck, it's you. That was incredible. It takes its time. It does what it needs to do. It also is interesting in that, like, when you're watching, like, I guess, like, the more modern things that you can detect a formula in, you can kind of feel when it's like, all right, it's been about 20 minutes. Looks like the audience needs to be woken up. We need an action scene here. In this case, like, you'll hit that point where you're like, right around now is when something should start happening again or so, and then it doesn't, and it's like, no, we're still just trying to figure out what the fuck happened over there.
Hmm.
How the Swedes doing? Not too great. Oh, okay.
They're Norwegians, man.
Yeah. No.
Norwegians.
Take that, Swedes. Woo! um, the tensest shots of a goddamn dog just standing there ever. There's
Yeah.
never been more tension. Perhaps maybe Cujo or something, but
I think,
just a nice little husky just looking around, and you're like, ooh, what that dog do? What you up to?
and I don't know how familiar you are with huskies, but huskies are like screaming
Yes.
bundles of psycho energy. So like the fact that you have this husky just standing totally still, looking at
Yes.
nothing for like 30 seconds is like, oh, that's weird.
They don't do that. They don't shut the fuck up ever. Yeah, no, that thing was great. The clown shoes fucking sniping from the helicopter in the beginning is super goofy, and like those are the like 1982. I mean, there's a lot of things they're doing. They're crushing it on practical effects. Gunshot Foley is still just like, insert like wrong gun, insert like whatever into wave, and it's the same gun. It's like, that's
Yeah.
all right. That's old. And then, of course, I had to ask the question, so was there, did they do it? Did they do the remake? And it's like, of course they did the CG remake in 2011.
But it wasn't a remake. It's a very weird movie.
Oh, I thought it was a remake
So
of it. Okay.
before we go on, I just want to say what stood out to me the most after all this time. I rewatched the thing like a year or two ago. It has the best shot scenes of a group of like 10 people freaking the fuck out in one room. They're kind of talking over each other, but they're not like everyone's lines are distinct and you can tell what's happening, but they're losing their damn shit and they're pointing fingers. It's great. The CG remake is what happened to the Norwegians.
Oh, it's a prequel. Okay.
And the saddest thing about that CG remake is they filmed the entire film with the practical effects, and the practical effects looked incredible. but a producer came down and went, the kids like the CG, you got to
God
make it all CG, and then
fucking damn
they
it.
painted over every
Oh, they're the
single
worst.
effect
They're the
shot with CG.
worst. They're so worthless. They're so unbelievably worthless. They actually did it. The people who were making this understood that,
There's
like,
a rough cut of the movie somewhere that
if
exists
we're gonna
that
do
is
it,
all practical.
do it practical. Like, they actually got as far as filming it and having it done, and then some fucking asshole. Oh my god, they're the worst. Like, you're like, you're just like it's not content enough to ruin things from the jump or before they're made. You have to come along after the fact. And okay, wow, that's annoying. That's so annoying to hear that they even did it properly, and then it was ruined.
It's
Well,
still a
anyway.
totally pointless remake because it's like a shot-for-shot recreation of the things. It's like, wow, the same events happened twice, kind of.
Yeah. But you do
like,
2011, you can show the kids. Well, I mean, look, yeah, that's so vexing knowing how good this was. The actual, like, so the practical effects are incredible. The dog split I've seen a million times referenced elsewhere, so I'm like,
yeah, you
there
saw it
we
in
go.
Parasite Eve even.
Of course, yeah, that thing is that thing's legendary. But when, like, as good as all of those were, for some reason the CPR like where the chest opens up, and then, like, the head falls off, and then this head spider, and for some reason that head melt sequence into head spider looks twice as good as the previous amazing practical effects. Like, that one in particular was just, like, unbelievably good, because, like, he was still breathing, his head was still moving, the tongue was going, and then the tentacle was coming out of it, and, like, pulling itself, so it wasn't just, like, the plastic or the rubber dummy, it was still parts of him and shit, and then, like,
and then that's the most complicated shot in the whole movie.
It's unbelievable, man. And as it's going down, you're seeing that it's like, and that is its own bit, and each piece is trying to survive in its own separate way, which then, obviously becomes part of what they're discussing. Like, man,
like, that scene is complicated on two levels. One, the head is a robot, and the robot was attached to the body by, like, putty that could stretch and melt off and then controlled remotely. But before that, and it's easier to see if you're watching a Blu-ray cut of the movie. So when he does the CPR and it opens up and his arms get chopped off, what they did was they used an actor who had his arms amputated at the elbows, and they made a silicone mask of the doctor and had him wear it. And have him switch out for the 15 frames in which he's standing there going and then they cut to the face shot, and then they start on the animatic with the fucking the robot, and then they start actually melting it so that it pulls off.
God, man, it's unbelievable, that sequence. I was like fucking pogging the whole time just at the tech, while
a
immersed.
dozen times, I still can't tell in every scene who is the thing and who isn't. And, like, the one that's the hardest is, like, when they go see Wilford Brimley.
Dude, I lost my shit.
And there's a noose just
I
in the
lost my shit. There's a noose there, and he's like, "Hey guys, hey, let me out." No, it's cool. I just want to come back in. I promise. Nothing's gonna happen. I'm gonna be okay. And you're just like, you got to the point of tying a noose, and now your opinion has changed completely. Like, that I died at that. So the only thing, I guess, is, like, one thing that lingers in my brain is, I'm like, okay, try without looking anything else up or reading any further. And my headcanon, I'm trying to piece together the idea that this animal, bestial, shape-shifting thing that seems to thrive and survive on just it's not exactly shape-shifting, right? It's absorption and rebirth almost.
No, it can shapeshift. It can do anything. It just
Right.
chooses not to do so unless it's threatened.
Okay. But like it's becoming things around in its environment, but it's also like eating things and then like yeah, and like or its own blood can like go inside of yours and then it can take over from there. Like yeah, but
Mhm.
it the whole thing that it's doing, I'm just kind of like, okay, this is a very like survival crazy, animalistic thing, and I'm like, picturing this piloting a spaceship doesn't make a ton of sense because it's almost like a xenomorph is great as a I'm locked in the ship and it's trying to kill me threat, but a xenomorph at the cockpit doesn't make a ton of sense. That's why you got the jockeys, right?
Mhm.
That's why you've got like the Xenos as a separate role from the actual fucking idiots that drank the sippy cup and melted themselves because they suck. Um, so in this case, I'm looking at it and I'm like, I wonder if there was another alien in that ship that was the actual pilot, and
Yep.
it was transporting the thing, and then the thing got it, and
Yeah,
that's what
totally
went.
possible.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense to me. Where it's like there was a container and it was in it, and it's like okay, cool. So that wasn't the actual thing that was landing, and then something went wrong or whatever. It was probable that like it got the thing that was there. The
Do you
the
want to
actual
hear
alien.
a John Carpenter's 1982 The Thing fact, which will bum you the fuck out?
Is it confirmation of something that we don't need
No, no,
confirmation of?
no. It's that it was one of the worst reviewed movies John Carpenter ever made and bombed harder than anything else.
In theaters?
It bombed so hard, dude.
Oh
There's
man.
two reasons for that. One, it came out in 82, in
Yeah.
which everyone was like, this is just schlock gore garbage for idiots. And two was that it came out alongside E.T. the Extraterrestrial.
Wow. Oh
So critics were
no.
like, I want to believe that aliens are our friends.
Oh no. Oh, that's fucking it got Call of Duty'd.
Yeah.
Damn. So that's Jesus Christ. Okay. And like you got and not only that, you got fucking Spielberg on the other end of
Yep.
your yeah, good fucking luck.
Hey, you want
Um
to take your kids to the Alien movie? How about the one that's really friendly and heartwarming and by
yeah.
Steven Spielberg?
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
do you want to
yeah.
take
You
your kids to
can't.
the fucked up nightmare movie where aliens just eat your ass and turn into a dick?
Like the one that went on to become the logo of the company because it was so
Yeah.
successful. God, yeah, that's hopeless.
Oh my god, people are pointing out that it is the Horizon Zero Dawn of horror movies. Ah, I love it.
I yeah, I mean obviously like that's fine because at the end of the day that's a drop in the ocean that is John Carpenter's career. But that's a fucking that sucks. And you know what? But isn't this the story of anything good almost? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
There is
Isn't
a video game
anything good just kind of
adaptation.
destined to fucking not actually get what it deserves?
There's a game adaptation that came out afterwards that does like answer the question of the ending. Um,
Oh, but I didn't care. I'm like, that's a perfect ending.
so like, okay, so for many, many,
I
many
don't care.
years, people would go up to people on the thing like, "Hey, man, was Kurt or was like Keith like the thing in the ending?" And the answer was always like, "Who cares? That's the point." What a stupid question.
We're done.
The point
No,
is you don't know.
no. The story is over. It's okay. You know, it was
Um,
great, and it's just like, hey, even if any of us has a surprise for each other, I don't think we're in much position to do much about it. Then I guess we'll just wait here and see what happens. And we're out. And I'm like,
yeah.
yeah, that's great. That's not
Uh,
looking great for either of them if they're both okay. And if they aren't, it's not much better, Like that's it.
yeah, the ending of the beginning of the game starts out and it's like they were both totally fine.
Mm,
And Giles dies, and then Kurt Russell's character goes on to meet you later. But the
okay.
thing also lives through the events so that you can have a
So it's a
video
sequel
game.
video game?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has a
I
cool
mean,
mechanic that's executed incredibly badly. You find a bunch of people and like you don't know if they're the fucking thing or not, and they will attack you at random at bad moments if you don't check their blood. But the
mhm.
problem is whether or not they're the thing isn't decided when you get them. It's decided actually at random. So you can like save the
Oh.
game and test them and they'll be clean, and then like reload the game and they're not clean.
Nice, 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 nice. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was waiting. That's the thing. I was as we were getting to the point where it's like, okay, shit. Now we know, and like, you know, Wilford is kind of like he's early on the train of like we don't know who to suspect. Um, once that's established, in my head, I'm like, okay, so what's the replicant test, right? How do we do this? Can we do it? Like, is it gonna have to be physical or can it be done verbally? You know, and I was kind of wondering if like I'm like it clearly knows how to socialize. It clearly knows how to, you know, call people by name and talk and act like person in setting where people are around. Um, would it fail a question like, "Hey, who's the president?" You
No,
know,
because it copies them perfectly.
so the information in their heads is still there.
Yeah, it is indistinguishable from the person it absorbed, other than the fact that it can turn into a dog monster if it wants to.
Okay, you can't. So then, yeah, you can't get out. You can't do it without a physical test. Okay, damn. Yeah. So that then it was like the when they kind of explained the bit where it's like, okay, so the thing is trying to keep itself alive in all of its components, and I found that really interesting because it reminded me a lot of there's a book called The Selfish Gene by Dawkins, and it kind of talks about how
Invented the word meme.
and it goes on to it talks about the original replicator and human beings and all the different things about how we came to be and such, and or theoretically.
Memes.
And one of the things that's really interesting about it is the idea that at some point there were multicellular complex organisms that must have, as we mutated to be the way we are, there must have been types that mutated to be multiple organs, multiple cells, and multiple like clusters of like gut biome and such and flora that were keeping the same connected organism alive, but did not have a sense of self. And they're just a collection of organs. So if something went wrong, like an arm falls off, the rest of the body is not really caring about that because they're just trying to keep themselves going. And the coalition between an organism that is like, it's an animal, but it has no sense of protection, no sense of self, where its body stops and starts, would be super completely quick to die in a Darwinian sense, because there's no self-preservation, right? Everything trying to preserve itself individually. Like if your limbs, if your body, every time something got hurt, was like, fuck that, suck all the blood out of that stubbed toe and make it fall off because we can't use it anymore. Like you'd never last, So the idea of like our a sense of ID and all that shit coming from a really great trick into protecting all these pieces, it kind of comes to mind when you're like, and so the thing now, each piece is out for itself. And it's because each piece is out for itself and it doesn't have that same sort of sense of completion that
Hey,
needs
my
to be
body's on fire. Hey, I'm the head. I'm out of here.
I'm out of here, right? What's going on over there? I don't know. A tentacle's popping out of these ribs. Why? Because that thing's trying to serve itself. These arms are climbing up. They're into the rafters goes that other thing, and then the organs inside are birthing, and like all of the pieces that are like seeing the moment like fire happens, it's like, oh no, you're on fire, skin and epidermis. Everything inside is like, time for me to go. And like that's such a cool idea where like it has no sense of like trying to protect itself. It's just whatever's left.
Its own body.
No loyalty to its own body. Whatever's on the bus is like, get the fuck off the bus. The bus is shut down, and they're doing like, and like on the way out, like You know, some of them are like, hey, fucking, okay, neck and head and jaw, you guys are in? All right, cool. We're gonna go do our thing over here, you know? And each piece is like, okay, well, I guess us, we're gonna, yeah? Huh? Eye contact, we good? All right, we're out, you know? Oh, hey, we don't have eyes. Okay, pops them out. Cool. It's such an interesting concept for a monster, more than just the shapeshifting, which is the only thing I knew about the movie prior, was that it involved shapeshifting and really great
No, it's a really it's a very
effects.
strange and unique form of shapeshifting.
What a great, cool concept for that.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Yeah. And then your classic roster of you know, ne'er-do-wells and nerds and fucking guy who only smokes blunts for the entire movie.
Yeah.
You know, and your old cop with the gun, he's a little too twitchy, and you're like, what's your deal? Is like, why you is like, oh no, you're just a twitchy old asshole. That's it. You know. And a surprising amount of nonchalance towards like random Norwegian, like, with guns showing up and then shooting in their direction. You know, like, they kind of stood there and went, what is happening? And he took his shots, and then they took him out, and then the guy's like, oh, you're shot in the leg, you okay? He's like, I'm fine, you know. And they're like,
the 80s, man. It was the
yeah
80s.
And they're like, well, I guess the idea is like, look, we're in the fucking Antarctica, right? Like, we're not gonna waste our time and resources where we, you know, in anywhere we don't need to. But yeah, don't know what's going on over there. Let's go try to help them, I guess. But you know, if you don't want to go, you want to go over there? All right, fine. Let's go find out what happened. You know,
I think what's great is that had any of them spoken even a little Norwegian, like the guys, what he's screaming when he gets there is actually fairly clear.
That's what. Let me guess. That's not a dog.
Get away from that dog. That dog is not a dog. It will kill you. Get away from it.
Great. Yeah. Cool. And clearly that's the other thing too, is like, by that point you're also going like, okay, it's learned that dogs are a thing, dogs are around, and also it can hop up on you and act sympathetic to gain points, you know. So it picked up a whole lot of information in just because, like, there wasn't like another base beforehand, you know, or other humans beforehand. The Norwegians were the first people it encountered, therefore it got that much info out of that one base, you know. So when they go, estimate however many hours, and I did some quick math, and it's like 3 years before planet Earth is fucking done.
Oh, dude, you like he has a little computer simulation, right? And he's like, how long until? And you're like, oh, dude, it would be like right away if you put that guy you put that thing into a city, and it was just like, boop, 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 boop. Like, it'd be exponential. It'd be
now, admittedly, transportation is not what it is today in the 80s. It's you know what I mean, but it would take its time, but it would still get
they didn't have planes back in the 80s. It was hard to move around.
It would certainly do that, but I mean, like, there's it would, and the thing is too, of course, is the word getting out is so much worse as well, you know, because they're radioing for help outside and trying to figure out, and there's no contact. It's like, of course they're isolated, you know. But when you kind of just think about, like, as well, whatever it's absorbing, like, I guess they all kind of maintain that knowledge too, right?
Yeah.
So
it gets everything.
It's an impossible thing to fucking deal with. And then the fact that it's like, oh no, the cold is good because it can preserve itself, you know.
I'll just wait till somebody comes to check out what happened to us. And then somebody will dig it up and go, what the fuck is this? And then, like, and fire is going to temporarily delay it, but it's not really getting all of it, because you have to completely and utterly get all of it, like, till there's nothing left, you know. It is to be assumed that the way
Impossible
they burned
enemy.
that place down, they actually totally got all of it.
I mean, for movie purposes, you have to take that in as what we got is what we saw. But, like, logistically, if the blood can try to skirt away and save itself, fuck, man, it's an impossible enemy, you know. Also, did Wilford Brimley, like, shovel an entire under shack base and create a giant escape ship in a 7-hour span?
Well, no, the Thing did.
It was okay. I misunderstood that entire part then.
So
Okay.
that's what I was talking about earlier. It's really unclear as to at what like during that conversation where he's like, "I want to come back inside." Is
He's gone.
he the Thing, or is he mentally broken and the Thing just comes in and gets him later? Because the Thing could pretend to be Giles or whatever and open the door and just eat him.
Because the fact that there was a noose there made me think, oh, Wilford Brimley himself checked the fuck out, but before he had a chance to actually do anything, it got him. And then it's making a UFO in the basement. Yeah, that of course that makes so much sense because that's where it came from. That's the transportation it'd be familiar with. Motherfucker. Okay, yeah, okay. Because I'm like, what are you shoveling underneath there to escape? No, of course, it's what it was doing.
And then you get to argue about like how anyone got to the blood, and only after enough rewatches you notice that when they find Palmer, I think it is, like there's a Foley effect of keys hitting the floor.
Oh, okay.
Because Windows drops the keys, which is what allows
Ah,
somebody to
yeah,
get the
yeah,
blood,
yeah.
and that's how the doc
Contaminated.
and the I forget all their names. It's been a while.
What I was like, and then of course there's a couple of like real clear like, oh, you see like someone sneaking in the back on their own, and you're like, okay, what are they up to? And with the exception of Keith David, it's pretty much a red flag there as well. What I wasn't sure about was the when they get Kurt Russell's jacket, or when they find it rather, like, was it was just one of them went up to his, I guess one of them went up to his shack, I guess, and then just planned for that. Probably dog guy.
Or maybe Kurt Russell, like, let's ignore the video game because fuck that. Maybe Kurt Russell was part of the Thing for the vast majority of the movie. No, maybe he was the Thing after the fight with the Thing or before the blood. Like there's.
So
you want to Pepe Sylvia chart this shit? You totally can.
You can. The thing with it though is that like I don't think there was an instance of thing on thing violence, right? I don't think there was an instance where it was ever willing to, which if it did, it would be incredible, but we never had a moment where it was willing to sell itself out completely. It would create doubt. It would sow seeds of uncertainty and like open doors, close doors, kill the lights and such. But like and I forgot the one guy who's like I don't want to be trusted with the gun, the kind of chubby dude. He kind of goes like oh, and makes a noise later. He is like calling them over when he sees something happening outside, so they're willing to play along to that degree, but not actually like go as far as like a thing taking out another thing, you know?
Oh, somebody in the chat points out that Palmer, as the Thing, points out the spider head trying to escape.
Oh shit. Yeah, okay. Well, so that there's the head escaping. And again, like I said, the guy that I just mentioned, he points out something sus happening outside the bunker. While he's the Thing as well. So there is, there's implication.
Yeah, because there's an imposter among us.
Incredible.
Are you excited to have seen the prequel to the hit game Among Us?
Yeah. Isolated base, no help, and one by one we all go down.
You're being a real sussy baka.
Although you have to you gotta stop and go, okay, so the final bit where the only ones left besides Keith David are, Kurt Russell, Old Man, and other black guy. And, like, other black guy who's been particularly panicked and cautious the entire time is now gonna go investigate a dark corner on his own.
A horror movie, man.
It's a movie. yeah. You're like, all right. He's gonna do a classic
because I also can't remember his name because he's not Keith David.
Yep. And he was blasting the music earlier, so He was being
He gets one
inconsiderate
of my
to.
favorite moments in the whole movie, where Windows is screaming at him to turn it down, and he rollerblades over to the radio and just goes to not touch it, and then
Absolutely.
rollerblades back out.
And you
It's
know what
great.
he says? Can you turn that crap down? I just got shot. Very reasonable request. but yeah, no, it was just kind of funny because it's like, and now we go movie moment, like down the quiet dark alley he goes, like, you know, and so you can yell at the camera or you can yell at the movie, you know, and then you don't gotta finish the thought because you get Doc just walking with the melted face hand of the other dude, like, oh, the melted face hand in the bot connect, and it's like now we're starting to connect to each other. So the partial absorption, partial digestion shit. Fuck,
It's bad.
man. God, the thing
John
rules.
John Carpenter was real worried about everything in the 80s because he does The Thing, and then he did They Live, and They Live is just pure like paranoia nightmare. It's also a fucking nonsense movie that doesn't go anywhere, and it's a fucking trip.
Well, but I mean, what I know about that with the whole bit with the glasses and such is like, as opposed to an isolated horror situation, this is actually it's everywhere and it's already here. You know?
It's real like domestic terrorism-y. It's real bad.
Yeah. So, fucking amazing on that, and it got, and of course it led to me just showing off again the other practical effects marvels, including like the practical effects Hulk that never got made, but they made a working robot that was gonna be piloting the Hulk, and then like it was a full exoskeleton and they had the arms and the legs and all that shit, and it's just like, man, just for the technical marvel and spectacle, I wanted to see what that would have looked like, you know. And of course, you know, the melting Cronenbergs, right? The Thing, The Fly, and such. You got, you know, super amazing work there as well. But this is easily the best.
Yeah, the 80s was a wild time. It was like, I want to make something that'll make some key grip or gopher on set fucking puke their guts out while we're filming. I want real barf on set.
Yeah, I mean that honestly, that dog split is probably the test of whether or not people are going to walk out of the theater and over into ET.
I feel
because like, by that point you're like like these two movies, horror schlock, but it's not just horror schlock. It's horror schlock with a dog getting fucking split and another one melting, which, mind you, it doesn't do the acid attack to anyone else, right? Which people have since, Paul Marketing has confirmed, audiences hate nothing more than watching a dog die on film. It's the number one thing they hate the most.
This was what I was talking about last week with Devil and Me, where that whole game just turns on a dime into active resentment the instant they ask you to like stab a dog in the throat with a broken bottle.
Everyone hates it. So yeah, you think fucking E.T. Phone Home was gonna do a much better job in the next room over? You know, you think the family wasn't walking out right around the time the second dog got it, while the third one was trying to bite a fence open for its own life? It's prying the fucking fence, you know?
It's one of those things, it's tough to see the context nowadays, but if you think about it, like, this is 82, right? Alien came out 2-3 years earlier, right? With the chestburster scene. And those two they're not just like gory and like fucked up by today's standards. You have to go back to like the late 70s, early 80s. It is impossible to ascertain the gut feeling of just how much more violently gory the Thing was than everything else in the theater that year. It was like 1,000 times more violent than everything else.
I can imagine by comparison at that point, for sure, man. But God, like, in the same context as Alien, I just love a closed environment, what are the rules, figure them out or die, like horror situation. That exact, like, I didn't know the thing was an isolated story like that. Which simplifies so much as well, but it fucking, it just works, man. And I can understand why, of course, like, yeah, you fast forward all these years later, and it's like that's how a lot of fucking stories get told, is just like, okay, so outside communication, cut that shit off, yada yada, but it gets harder and harder to work in a world with cell phones and satellites,
Mm-hmm. Like the thing, the thing can only take place in a pre-internet story.
Of course,
like, it doesn't make any sense.
Everybody taking like fucking footage of it instantly on Instagram, like, yo, look at this shit. Like, it just, yeah,
yo, my grandma grew a bunch of tentacles.
Yeah, or just like the fact that you can like do like a fucking blood test fucking prick in like 2 seconds, just pop. Cool, how's it going? Hey, hold your hand out. Ah, oh no, get him. You know what I mean? Like,
what's fun is that the thing ends up inspiring like Deep Space Nine's like best story arc, where they have to deal with shapeshifters. And the Klingons are like, hey man, you a shapeshifter? I'm totally not a shapeshifter. Okay, cut your hand. Let's look at the blood.
Oh. The shapeshifters besides...
If the blood turns into goo as soon as it leaves your body, that means you're a shapeshifter.
Shapeshifters besides, is it Odo?
Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Don't worry too much about that.
Okay.
But yeah, no, that it's not going to turn into a monster. It's just like, no, you can't maintain your shape-shifting cohesion once it leaves your body.
Yeah.
Then they start doing my favorite trick of like blood tests ever, where they'll kill a guy and then have a bunch of his blood just sitting in like a pocket, so that when they get the blood test done, they put the human blood into the vial from their shape-shifting pocket.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, interesting.
Which is why the Klingons switched to, cutting the hand.
Oh, wow, okay.
Fake this.
Yeah. That's pretty smart. Yeah, masterpiece. Fucking masterpiece, and that's all there is to it. I want to go look up all the like making of materials I can find, because it's just
hey, it's good stuff.
It's good stuff.
You get to see them like work the dog puppet, and it's like fucking wild.
No, the final form too as well was like, it was so like, I'm like, it was such a like, oh, and here's the final boss. Like, it's just like, it's like, and now you will witness my true power, and it pops through the ground, and it's like, look, it's another dog. and now you got the teeth and shit, and you're like, okay, I guess that teeth is kind of like some of its original form, or who knows, maybe that's some of the alien,
man,
or wherever it came from. But it was like, clearly, like, it was like when Kurt was the last one left, it was like, I'm a pop off just for you. And then Kurt Russell gets to carry his emotional support dynamite.
Yeah.
He was picking that shit up and hugging it and just like, it truly was fantastic. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom. Let me do that.
Enjoy the bathroom.
All right. Um. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all of real note beyond talking about Bayo. Mass Effect 3 continues as well. Um, all is going to continue over on Woolie Versus. Um, this week is going to be again another short schedule because it's December, shit's going on. I'm gonna be going to visit some of the in-laws in Ontario for a couple days, so we're gonna have a shorter or a more unusual week than the regular schedule. Gonna get in at least 2 sessions, so at least one of Mass Effect, one of Bayo, and then unfortunately as well, the fucking timing. I'm gone for the weekend,
Are
but
you fucking serious?
yeah,
Ah, you got fucking owned, brother.
yeah. I'm gonna get Friday. I'm here Friday, so at the very least there's that. But then
You gonna
the
stream it
rest of
Friday night?
I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can because because Street Fighter 6 beta is going down this weekend, and then I'm gonna just like bring my fucking like system with me there and see what the world looks like and if I can actually do it from Ontario. But um, bad luck, what can you do? So it happens. It happens. You got Christmas family obligations and such. So
I am so far away from every member of my family now that my plans for Christmas are to do a big stream.
yeah, no,
Like that, like that's where I'm at. Like I'm gonna call my mom and dad, and I'm gonna call my sister, and blah, 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 and then I'm gonna get right onto that internet.
yeah, no, that were hey, that plan works for me too. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So. Anyways, yeah, that's good. I'll post the schedule later once I'm able to confirm when I'm around and what's happening, guys. But at the very least, I'll be able to get part of the first day, and we'll get some sessions for Mass Effect as well as Bayo 3. Meanwhile, over on Woolie versus the Algorithm, go check it out. We got some fun stuff dropping. The VGA's reaction vid is up. The Armored Core and the a bunch of the good stuff is coming out. Everything VGA related is dropping over there, and some other non VGA related hilarities as well. So go check out the second channel. You will not regret it. Bringing you daily sensible chuckles, 1 minute or 2 minutes at a time. Yeah. Anything else for you before we get into the...
Actually, yes, I had completely forgotten. So The Witcher 3 is getting re-released this week. And it's one of those next gen upgrades. It's essentially
I'm sorry, stop. What the fuck is that shirt?
Oh,
What the fuck is that shirt? What is that?
Oh, Paige got it for me. Could you read it out for the class?
Yeah. But I see there's a headset with microphones, and it says, "Can't hear you. I'm gaming."
Yeah. So Paige found somewhere where she can get just the cringest video game shirts.
Oh yeah,
and,
those sites.
And it's gonna start loading me up.
Okay. See, God, I never fucking acted on the bit, but I put them in my loading screen, but I wanted to do a whole thing with basically there's a place that was doing a combination of so anime cringe, right? There's there's a place for me in hell. It's called a throne. Vegeta shirt, Sasuke shirt, all that shit.
The fucking the Ricky shirts, man. Trailer Park Boys, like that.
Oh yeah,
black, red, blue,
absolutely.
Yellow shit.
But then also combined with don't fuck with Greg's Gregs are loyal. They're good shots. And, they're great dads. This one goes
Uh,
out to all the Gregs who were born in the month of September.
nice.
And shit like that. So, fuck. Damn. Okay. You're gaming. All right. Well, anyway, you were saying.
So yeah, Witcher 3 is getting a re-release, and it is, in for all intents and purposes, it's the enhanced edition that they usually put out, a year or two after one of their releases. It's a lot longer afterwards, and they sent me a code to, fuck with it and mess around with it. It does. First of all, it's free for everybody that owns Witcher 3. So if you have any copy of Witcher 3 anywhere, it will automatically upgrade to like a next gen version via Xbox or PlayStation 5, or your PC
Nice.
version, it'll just be a patch. And it's actually just in the game itself, it's just called patch 4. What it does is it dramatically improves the graphics on current consoles. I don't know, the PC version didn't get a code for that one. It looks way better. They've integrated a bunch of graphics mods that were on the Nexus, like increased draw distance for certain items, the certain texture replacements, etc. Has ray tracing mode, all that stuff now. Nicer graphics, right? It
Mm-hmm.
also does some control stuff that is really appreciated. They used to have this thing where when you wanted to switch between your spells, you had to go into like a slow down time radial menu
Mm-hmm.
and then like select the new one and then cast it. And now they just have it like Kingdom Hearts genuinely, where you just hold down the trigger and then each of the buttons corresponds to one
Is
of them.
mapped to one of them.
So
Okay.
it's way faster. Um,
Were there
Relatively
community
little
mods
things
for
like,
stuff like that?
what's that?
Were there mods for
No.
community mods for? Okay.
So one of the big ones that means the most is you no longer have to hold A to sprint. You can just click in the left stick once, which,
That's pretty good quality of
man,
life.
it's like these tiny little things
Mm-hmm.
that just makes like the biggest difference. When you go pick herbs and like materials off the ground that are free, there's no menu. You just pick them up,
You just
because
pick them
why
up.
would you ever not want to pick them up?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a couple others that I'm forgetting. They've given you the ability to have the mini map and your objective thing finally fade away, so that when you're riding your horse, you actually have like a clean
Clean.
thing. You don't just have like a giant fucking mini map in there.
Nice. Nice.
And there's also I forget the name of it. Hold on, Witcher 3 Nexus. There's a combat mod that, this is really strange. Well, after the game came out for Witcher 2 and Witcher 3, developers on the game went, I'm not super happy with the way the combat ended up in the end. So they put mods up that like significantly overhauled the way that the base game actually worked.
Mm.
I want to say it's called FZ or FC3 with Witcher 3. Someone who would know better than me would actually know what the fuck it's called. It's on the Nexus in here somewhere. But it's basically a rebalance of a bunch of the way that armors work. FCR3. Yeah, the FCR3 gameplay mod has just now been integrated into the game. It's like, no, that was better.
What
That's the
combat
way the game
style?
works now.
What combat style would you compare the original
Oh
to?
no, it's not that dramatic.
Okay.
It's still the same base level thing. These are numerical tweaks. Like the leveling system's been crunched a little bit, and certain armor sets are more focused in one
Okay.
direction or the other, and stuff like that. FCR3. Let me just pull that up. Immersion and gameplay tweaks from one of the devs. What changed? You can see in the dark now. Commoners react to being stolen from. Minimal height from which fall damage starts to be calculated. Ciri's immune to damage when she's doing her teleport. sped up animations of monsters flying, falling down from the sky, stuff like that, like a rebalance. But now it's included. So it's this nice little genuinely improved version of the game that also looks way nicer and is free to everyone who already owns it.
That's a nice little care package to drop when, again, like after a game goes through a long enough life cycle that like there can be community created mods that have quality improvement. By all means, reintegrate that shit. If you have a skeleton crew, take their time to just do that. That's great, especially for people that are on consoles that usually don't get that kind of thing.
It also fixed a bunch of the game's bugs that were still around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if I saw it on Steam earlier today, I think Witcher 3 is on sale for like $3 somewhere right now.
I bet you that, like, I wouldn't be surprised that like some of this attention is the fact that like, hey, the show's popping, some people are coming back around to this for the first time again, with some of that going on.
There are items they added from the show in it.
There you go, right? It's actually a new spotlight on it, so it makes sense to spend a little money doing things to it, because otherwise we know CD Projekt is a little tight, considering the other bit where they the Cyberpunk multiplayer project was completely canceled in order to focus on fixing up the main thing. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and then all the Witcher announcements and all that stuff. So yeah, this is probably show related attention for sure.
One of the other things when I was going through the preview guide or what have you is they described that they actually went out of their way to fix a lot of the clipping with Geralt's hair. Geralt has a lot of hairstyles in that game that you can pick from, and it would like go nuts on a bunch of the different armors that you could get. And it's like apparently they went and spent the time to clean it up so that it wouldn't just go super super nuts through half of the game's like clothes that you could wear.
Okay.
Does that matter? No. Does it mean something to me? Yes, absolutely. Oh, one other thing. There's performance mode and ray tracing mode on the PlayStation 5 version that I have. Yeah, don't even look at that fucking ray tracing mode. Don't even fucking turn that on. It is the difference between like 90 frames and like 20.
So I was doing that on DMC4 Special Edition on Xbox actually, and it's just like, why would you ever? Like, I just, no, give me my performance, please, every time. Like, yeah,
like not even close to 30. Like not even, and like unless you're looking like water or like, something with a lot of reflections
surfaces, and refractions.
You can't even fucking tell the difference.
It matters when you run past a window, and then it's otherwise is minor for the trade off you have to take. So.
Oh, the last big change they made, they have a new camera option that is like way closer to Geralt. It is like God of War's camera.
Like above the shoulders?
Like no, like you like the waist is the furthest down the character you can see. Like he's that close and he's like taking up 30% of the screen. And that also works for like combat, and the camera tries to like fit enemies inside because it's more immersive. It's terrible.
Yeah, no, why?
It's terrible.
No. And it's
awful.
Like if you're playing, and the thing is, Resident Evil is a game where you're shooting things far away from you. In this, you're doing mostly melee up close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of want fucking to see what the fuck's surrounding you.
Yeah. So yeah, overall, hey, they really smoothed out a lot of the rough edges on The Witcher 3, and they made it a substantially better game, which is nuts because that is probably that is easily the best game that CD Projekt has ever put out. Yeah, I love when I'm the one with the preview build of the game and I look over to see somebody correct me like the camera is customizable. Yes, I know. That's why I said it was the new default. It starts as the new God of War camera when you load the game up, and then you can change it in the options, which I highly recommend that you do.
Okay. That's we got a whole lot going with the news this week, so let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Yes.
And then roll right through. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Bombas. So these are the socks. And, you get a regular... You get a regular Christmas gift from people from time to time that you get some socks or some underwear, things like that. The practicals. But you don't often get good quality stuff, right?
No. I'm wearing shitty socks right now, and the only reason I'm wearing them is to hide the sight of my own disgusting feet from my eyes.
It's pretty terrible when you don't have them on and you have to see that shit. But if you're going to get people something to hide their disgusting feet and or bodies with, why not do it with something that is high quality, feels good, and gives back as well. Bombas has got the socks, underwear, t-shirts that are, they got no seams. They got the softest materials. It's that pair that you look for when you open up your drawer and you're like, not this one, not that one, not that. I want the good one. That's the one you're going to be getting. And for every pair you buy and for every item you purchase, Bombas donates another to someone in need. So, you got all types of the regulars with the Pima cotton and ultra soft merino wools and such, but they've also got the holidays versions and festive colors and designs you can take a look at as well. Family sets for matching, so you can be you can be that corny family with all the matching sets and get that holiday spirit going, while you all hide your horrible feet and bodies with the comfy underwear,
Please cover it.
Yep. Nothing says hide that shit like Bombas real cozy underwear and socks. They've donated over 75 million items of clothing. That's a whole lot of comfort for people in need. So give the good this holiday season with Bombas. You can go to bombas.com/superbeast. And if you use the code SUPERBEAST, you'll get 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast, code SUPERBEAST, for 20% off. One more time, bombas.com/superbeast, code SUPERBEAST. Thanks, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
We're also sponsored this week by HelloFresh.
Oh man, I'm hungry now. I'm hungry for HelloFresh.
Get your box of fresh delivered goods, greens, meats, proteins, if you prefer pastas, whatever your flavors are, coming to you cool, chilled. If you got fancy holiday dinners, if you're entertaining, family and friends and things are going on and popping off this season, you got more going on than usual, then you want to get the prep work out of the way, and that's where HelloFresh is going to come in handy. Quick and easy options, 20-minute meals that taste like they took much longer to prepare because they do all the hard work themselves, and then they send you the pieces to put together. It feels as if you're coming out of the kitchen presenting a big old holiday meal, but really all the prep work was done by the experts. So you got 35 recipes available to choose from each week, something for everyone. You can get family friendly, fit and wholesome, veggie, or you can customize the sides. You can customize your proteins. You can customize whatever you want about your deliverables. And there's the holiday inspired dinner recipes as well, 3-course offerings, so you can get what you need to feed the fam in holiday style, with their choices. Plus, if you are traveling as well, when you got HelloFresh plans set up, you can work around your schedule, change your preferences, move your delivery days around, even deliver to different addresses, all in just a few clicks. So it's pretty easy to set up. All you got to do is go to hellofresh.com/superbeast18 and use code superbeast18 for 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's a crazy amount of meals. And, last time we had them over here, they were incredible. Tasted really good. If you want 18 really good meals, you can go to hellofresh.com /superbeast18 and you use the code superbeast18 for the 18 free meals plus free shipping. That's America's #1 meal kit. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh. Love you.
Should go eat some HelloFresh right now. Well, not right now.
I kind of want to. I mean, I'd have to cook it right. I'm not gonna just eat the ingredients like a savage.
It'd only take 20 minutes.
It would.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Honey, and Honey, PayPal Honey, that is to say. That's the proper name. Honey. It's not the kind that you put on your sweets and your food. It's the kind that you put on your wallet because it saves you some money. Yeah. If you're shopping on your computer, if you're shopping on your phone, if you're doing holiday shopping, you're definitely going to be looking at a number of sites that are going to have a promo code box that you're wondering how you can save on cash. Well, a lot of promo codes, for sites that are like, oh man, a big old holiday code right here would be great since you're shopping for a lot of people. Honey can work exactly at that moment. They'll manually search for all the coupons for you. So rather, they'll automatically, not manually. You don't have to do it manually. Find you what you're looking for, and just like that, you're going to get more affordable purchases as you buy your gifts and such this season. Yeah, it's on all of your favorite sites. All you got to do is click the Honey button that appears when you get to the cart. You click apply coupons and then watch the prices drop, and just like that, you're good to go. I know I was able to do it pretty easily on Newegg. Got me a good new set of headphones, got me a little keypad, and 1, 2, buckle your shoe. There you go. Yeah, so you can keep track of price drops on your shopping list as well. If there's anything you're looking at on your holiday shopping list, it'll let you know once that's going down. So it's not just finding you the best coupons, it's telling you when to get them as well. So if you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. By getting it, you're doing yourself a solid, supporting the show. Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
All right.
Really, before we get into news, there's something I forgot to tell you. It's actually vital. I was excited to play Street Fighter 6 this weekend. I'm actually really excited. I love Street Fighter 6. I want to play lots of Street Fighter 6. I got an arcade stick. It's a real arcade, whatever, the PlayStation 5 one. It's good. That's not what I want to talk about. Start playing Guilty Gear again because, hey man, if I'm going to start playing a fighting game again to get whatever, why not play Strive, right? Strive's good. Hey, guess what? Potemkin, still Potemkin. Like, especially at floor 7 and 8, right? Which is where it put me. But what I will have to say is that I may have to admit something. So as I'm in my office, right? And my office is a separate building from the house, and I have the internet coming into the office, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means I don't have the internet being wired out to my house, which means that over the past couple of days, I've been playing Guilty Gear Strive online with the Wi-Fi across my yard.
I had to take my headphones off because I didn't want to hear you say it. I didn't want to hear it. But I saw your lips and the shape they made. You saw my lips
say the words.
I saw your lips and the shape they made. Do you feel good about yourself?
Yeah, actually, it was totally fine.
You feel proud? Yeah? You
I
had good.
don't
You
think
had.
pride is the right phrase.
You're one of them now. Do you
I am
understand?
one of them now. But here's the difference, though.
Oh, please, by all means. I don't
There
even have the
actually is
energy for this. I don't
there
even have the
actually
energy
is.
for this.
Hold on.
Why are you different? Why are you? What makes you the red bar Wi-Fi warrior that is so different? Please.
Well, for one thing, I'm not getting red bars.
Okay.
And in fact, when I was playing, no one could tell the difference, including me.
Well, you see, the
And
thing is, it's not about the bars; it's about the drops and consistency. Now,
no, it
isn't
is. It absolutely is. I got the special antenna required to do so for long distance, and my router has Wi-Fi 6, which I'm not familiar with, but it's a million times more reliable than my existing experience with Wi-Fi.
It's still going to come down to your jitter ping. So what you're looking at might seem stable, but you don't know over the course of
So here's the thing. I've run multiple tests, and I have the same jitter wired in over here as I do wireless over there. I cannot. I'm using speed test by Ookla. I cannot find a difference between them despite multiple tests, download speeds, etc.
Now, you understand that sounds like a lie.
Oh no, absolutely no. Listen,
you understand that sounds like an
telling
untruth.
you the truth. I am not noticing any difference in performance with this particular setup.
Okay.
The idea was that on
X
Friday,
to doubt.
A day. By the way, on Friday I'm not streaming during the evening. Paige is going to be streaming. On Friday night, I knew you would be wanting to play Street Fighter, and that you would work as an excellent test of the house's ability to play Street Fighter.
And you're going to be on Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Okay. And there's no alternative to... There's no other setup situation outside of tracing
I'm not running a
an obnoxiously
100-foot
long
Ethernet cable through the grass in my yard, dude.
This is oh boy. So we've arrived here where after what must have been a decade of calling out the red bars, calling out the Wi-Fi warriors. We've joined them because I guess setup is too difficult to. Well, so the other question, I guess there's a lot, but I mean, modem is located where?
There.
Is that a redoubler, or is that a signal redoubler, or is that
no?
The
That's
actual...
the modem coming right out of the cable. The fiber optic. It's there. Like literally, I'm like it's like 2 feet past the end of my finger.
Okay. But you can't route directly to it?
Woolie, I'm in my office right now.
Is this the place where you play?
No.
Okay.
This is the place that I stream.
Okay.
If I were to stream fighting games, I would be here.
You'd be fine. It's when
I would be using
that was super confusing because I thought you're playing games in the place where you would prioritize having the quality thing, but it's like you're talking about not where you currently are. You're talking about
hide in my damn office 16 hours a day away from my wife and my dog and my cat.
Certainly, but you should hide away from your wife and your dog and your cat when you want to get quality matches. This is clearly the sacrifice should and must be made.
No, the sacrifice is the other person dealing with my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no, you're one of them. You're fucking...
I love hanging out with my wife more than that person loves packets.
you are fucking taking what should be an easy decision, abandon your fucking life and get to the setup that has the best response. It's clear as day. This is the right choice to make, and you are choosing to walk the alternate path, the path of darkness.
Again, whenever I stream something,
then don't stream, but sit in the same chair.
No! Fucking chill in my house on my couch.
Sit in the chair where the quality is good and don't click the button.
No, here's the thing. The quality is good. I got the fast Wi-Fi. It's different.
You're fucking...
No,
you're
for
done.
real, though. I've been
You're
playing
done.
Guilty Gear for all week and have had no problems at all.
Okay.
Like, no problems at all.
Well, I mean, works fine for me is what they all say. So guess what? Give me some
So
blood.
I was gonna fucking play you on Friday, and then you could tell me what your shit looked like.
Give me some blood, and I'll get a hot wire, and I'll fucking stab it in the blood, and I'll see how it looks. Because you're like, oh, no, dude, it's fine. I'm okay. No problems over here.
Solidus in the chat. Trusted Solidus. Wi-Fi 6 is a brand new band that does not have interference like 2.4 and 5G do. Pat's correct.
Solidus? Whose side are you on, fucker?
They're turning on you.
Solid. They're turning on you. Until it is fucking known and clear and tested, we need to fucking see.
And test it! What are you doing Friday?
Yeah, so we're probably going to start not night. We're probably going to start early because I have to fucking...
That's fine. I'm fucking free all day Friday. I'm not doing shit other than play the Street Fighter 6 beta.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do a Friday stream to get in whatever time I can before we leave. So yeah. That's it. Now
And look, Woolie, if I beat you again, then you have free Johns just right there. Oh, it's because my Wi-Fi's. Oh, your
perfect.
inputs.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. No, by all means, dude. I'm like, it's one thing though, like the part where it's like, okay, so you do have both setups, and you have, I guess, I don't know if you have the console
right
setup.
now. As soon as I finished recording God of War, I took the PlayStation and put it in the house.
Okay.
Because for two reasons. One, that's helpful, but the second thing is that I'm like, hey man, when's the next big exclusive Sony game that I'm gonna stream gonna come out? I literally don't even know. So it can go live in the house.
I mean, the gag about like, you know, the gag about you being out and admiring whatever fighting game stuff was interesting from a distance has been going on for a while, but embracing Wi-Fi in a situation where you have the choice.
So here's the thing. Well, no, listen to me.
Right.
I got this place. I'm very happy. I'm thrilled living in BC. It's great. And the way that I'm like, oh, cool, I have a separate office. That means the dog's not going to run around in the background. Cooking doesn't happen in the background, right? It's nice, sealed off, everything that happens. But that means the part where the internet has to be really good is right here with the stuff that goes out to you people at home.
Where the setup
right? That's much more important than my personal enjoyment of my fucking dick around time or whatever, right? And so then I had this moment. I'm like, okay, I'm going to talk to the internet man. And the internet man says that because it's two places, it's two buildings, that if I want internet in the house, I got to get a second account.
Connection. Mm-hmm.
And I was willing to do that, right? But before I did that, I'm like, I'm going to see how this works, right? Because that's like bullshit a month, right? And hey, guess what? It works completely fine. Works completely fine.
I mean, look, man. Like, if I'm being told to swallow a big glass of like Wi-Fi is totally fine now, you know, the world
if you
works.
get that good Wi-Fi that I have.
if you get the real good one, right? The one that, yeah, the special kind. No, my dorm has the good Wi-Fi. Don't worry about it. The matches are fine.
No, Wooly, no, you're not listening. It's
No.
different.
You're using Wi-Fi 6.
Because it's
yes.
my Wi-Fi,
yes,
and
yes,
my
exactly.
Wi-Fi is the good Wi-Fi.
That's the good one, exactly. It's totally, and at the end of the day, what you see is acceptable, and fuck them anyways. Yeah. Okay.
I have done this podcast on Wi-Fi.
I know.
For funsies.
Sure.
I switched it, and you didn't even notice.
It's not the point. You didn't
even notice my podcast inputs going awry.
That's not the point. But me fucking noticing anything is nothing. I'm not the game, and I'm not the fucking the delay, and I'm not the lag, and I'm not the rollback. So just understand that it's a choice, and if your internet is superior to others, and your internet is better, and your Wi-Fi is the real good Wi-Fi, and everyone else's is the problem, sure, man. But I was preparing to hear about a scenario where this is the only way it could be because of the way you moved. But what it actually comes down to is where you want to sit. So, you know.
I'm out to a different building to play fighting games at fucking 11 a.m. Leave the...
Yeah, they're called locals, fucker.
I'm not running locals in my own fucking yard.
It's called your fucking local community, bruh. All right. Well, I suppose we'll learn more about Wi-Fi 6 then. Yeah, and if I see any fucking teleporting on Friday, then hold that
maybe you
fucking
should check
shit.
Your internet. Maybe it's your internet that is the fault.
You know what? Yes, unplug and replug.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I don't know what I don't know what Wi-Fi 6 is.
I should literally just run a bunch of sets like after this and just be like in Strive and be like, see, it's fine.
I mean, look, rollback is going to do the heavy lifting no matter what you're on. But like in terms of just like there's a couple of videos breaking it down essentially, but what they all have to say in common is that like you can have connections that mirror wired connections in terms of their best performance. The problem is that they will not mirror wired connections consistency because of the nature of what Wi-Fi is. There will always be...
I completely understand that. What I am telling you is that I've been playing Strive on and off all week. I've been playing Final Fantasy on and off all week. And I've had no issues whatsoever.
Okay. Damn, man. I barely recognize the man before me because he's all delayed and fucking pixelated. So I can't make out the face anymore. But somewhere in there, I'll say this.
Listen, here's
in the ocean, when you are challenging randoms and randoms are challenging you, and people are crossing paths. If I crossed your path and I saw the icon next to your name had 3 little waves,
little wavy symbol,
I would turn my head and keep walking.
The expansion of device handling with Wi-Fi 6 is great news for gamers because it means more stability and less spikes. This is especially true for those who share their network with others in the home.
Fuck Blanca players. It's not about that. Wi-Fi players, we don't talk to them. Mm-hmm. We don't shake their hands. We don't look at them in the eye, and that's real. Because we can't. They're too far. They're lagged back. You can't. They can't see what's happening. They got rolled back. It didn't work.
Spikes, which is like I've had packet loss over a cable. Your internet connection is not ideal at all times.
Oh yeah, no. Some people are fucked. Like plague is just there's nothing you can do. It
Oh,
doesn't
did
matter
you
what's
see
happening.
that fucking thing he posted,
It
man?
doesn't matter what kind of
98% packet loss.
it's
Ah!
a wire ain't gonna save you from the fucking swamp. That's for sure. But yeah, yep. Here we are.
So I'm gonna ask one thing of you, Woolie.
You should probably
This
play a
might-
match of. You should play some Smash Ultimate and see how much you enjoy that. See how that
I
goes.
took a shower this morning.
Okay, well, because in a non-rollback system, you're gonna feel reality more.
Why would
than
I
you
play those?
Excuse me?
Why would I play those games that don't have the rollback ever?
Yeah,
Anymore.
well, that's that.
Now that
I
they're
mean,
rollback games, why would I play non-rollback games?
to see the true nature of what you're doing to the
No, but
world.
why would I wouldn't. I wasn't playing them before. Like,
If you really want to know, then you go naked into the world of delay based and find out how
no, I
that's
don't
gonna.
want to. Ew.
You know.
I was like you before that.
Yeah.
No, here's the one thing that I'm gonna ask of you. If we do get matches on Friday, and I'm using my Wi-Fi's, I want an honest assessment of whether or not you encountered issues or not.
Sure. Absolutely. That's what I'm. And here's the thing. Unfortunately, like, there's also new settings that they've implemented where it's going to be, like I talked about last time, the delay is now going to be changed from what it was before, and that it's going to be variable to that round, and it's going to take the lowest state and maintain it. So we might be in an environment that's not the most stable version of the game compared to last time, right? There might be issues happening regardless of what your connection strength is because of the network tests that they've changed. But providing that it, and again, it would all be better if they solidified that delay. But providing that it can be felt, then yeah, I guess we'll have to see. But damn, this sounds crazy. This is wild.
I think tonight I'm just gonna hop on Strive and just be like, open up a room and just like literally just ask people how it be. Like, that's it.
You certainly could. And I mean, if there was a way to, I don't know if you wanted to like get as in depth as like opening up a network monitor and like actively looking at packet
To be
loss.
honest, I don't know how to do that. I actually have no idea.
There's a couple of like, third party things you could run that show you just straight up a like, here's your up, here's your down, here's your your consistency, and it'll show you the exact moments and such. But
no, but it is my experience that if Wi-Fi 6 works this well for everybody, then we can be free of the tyranny of the cable.
Like, I mean, I get in what environment. Like, okay, maybe it works super fine in some cities and some neighborhoods. What about in a building where like 15 people are on it and they're all doing
that?
Well, because there's a million.
You would always have to use a cable because of the interference.
But there's a million variables where that sentence doesn't work for, because it's like, if you're the only thing connected, you still have a different thing from when a fucking, Wi-Fi can be so sporadic and random.
If you're in an apartment building, that means looping the cable's not a big problem.
But if the thing that you have installed next to you is the same thing installed in the McDonald's down the street, it doesn't mean you should be getting games in fucking McDonald's, So like
you should get those games in McDonald's.
So this is
McDonald's should install Wi-Fi 6 so that you could have locals in your McDonald's.
A giant, healthy, big blue X to doubt until proven otherwise on this shit, because holy fuck, a wire will always be better.
No, of course, Woolie, of course a wire will always be better. Of course.
You're going for
I have not lost my fucking mind. What I expected to happen.
a good enough
Let me.
signal.
What I expected to happen was for me to load up, like, Final Fantasy is one thing, right? That has, like, latency stuff. It's not as important, right? I expected to be like, this will be fine for this, and then I loaded up Strive, and I'm like, I bet this will be a problem, and I'll have to actually call the internet man and fucking fight with them about this bullshit and get like a second line installed or whatever. And then I had like 3-4 hours of matches and forgot about it.
Okay. Well, to me, a wire will always be better is the beginning and end of the thought, because then it's like then we're just gonna do the thing that will always be better. It doesn't matter what's going on with like, I have the good Wi-Fi and it usually works fine, but there's too many connections, there's too many other things going on. Something that drove by is interfering
I've been using
with
this
it
for like weeks and haven't had a problem.
My neighbor is fucking stealing data shit out of the air, like, it's just it just takes all variability out of the equation. So I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna just do the thing that is, always the superior one. All right. We'll see. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. I would like to see as well how this performs in, like, again, like a dorm situation, or
I'm not going to be able to show you that because
or a busy house with a lot of people fucking doing a ton of shit, like someone else while you're playing matches. You got someone else that's fucking Instagram living, doing their live stream from their phone or from a desktop somewhere that's hitting the up as well as the down.
The other night, Paige was streaming Darktide out of here, right? Out of this spot, and I was playing Darktide with her in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So she was using the upload on this thing, and both of our phones were going off. And
I've had situations
where.
Yeah, I've had situations where I'm streaming, Punch Mom's on a video call, Min's uploading. Like, I've had situations where, the pipe is getting full, but I would like to see the use cases on a Wi-Fi 6, in terms of just like this being the, like, why, like, in terms of accepting a reality where wired is always best, but Wi-Fi is getting to a point where sometimes it's okay. For me to accept that sometimes it's okay, I need that that test case to be expansive and cover a whole lot of people.
I believe that is what's happening right now. I feel like this is the step up that I need to it being fine, rather than the usual Wi-Fi experience, which is, this is unplayable garbage.
Damn. No red bars, you said.
Not a single one.
Just 3 green bars of cope. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right. I mean, what do you want? What do you want me to tell you that I had 4 hours of matches with no problems at all, not a single dropped input?
I want you to tell me you just sit in that chair and fucking, do it right. But all right, fine. Not fine. Let's go.
All right, what happened? Street Fighter 6 is far away. That's what I want to talk about. No, that's way farther than I thought it was going to be.
It's pretty far away, but you know what? I'm pretty sure if you hit up Amazon, you can get a cable that's the length of that distance that you could get.
The length of 6 months? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you understand that now begins the era of, hey, Pat, check it out. New deal on Amazon. We got 100-foot cables. Pretty affordable. Have you ever
used a 100-foot Ethernet cable?
I have not used a 100-foot Ethernet cable. Yeah.
The signal significantly degrades.
Like there is a pre-canned response to people who talk shit on their garbage connections that that people reply with just, here you go, buddy.
No, like no, Woolie,
One of
I am
these.
actually very serious. Like, and you can look at the chat. Like, 100-foot Ethernet cable
Oh yeah,
actually
sure,
sucks.
sure. I'm very inclined. I very much would believe that, like, if you ran something, I don't know what the whatever the distance is, you might notice issues going from the house all the way to where your router is now. That would be suboptimal. What more optimal would be the chair at the stream setup, you know.
Ask you if it's completely fine and you
Yeah.
notice no problems at all.
Then I guess you're
Where
good.
does this evolve into? Like, I don't know what the...
Nowhere. This is just years of years of Wi-Fi users are making everything worse for everyone. Is what it is. Like, there's no easy.
And that's still true.
Like, these are the worst people that are shitting on the floor where everyone has to walk. And
that's
it's just
still true.
Yes.
And the most frustrating thing about this is that,
but you're saying you're wearing a diaper, so it's not. It's not that bad.
Is that when Street Fighter 6 comes out, if I'm at the house playing Street Fighter 6, I will not be able to deselect other Wi-Fi people from my matchmaking because I'll be on Wi-Fi.
So you want a world where you can still see wired people and wireless people, and you want to sort the other Wi-Fi players. They're the bad Wi-Fi's. They're the bad ones. You deserve the connections to the wired. Yes. No, totally, for sure, man. Absolutely, that makes perfect sense. That's great. Yeah, absolutely. You know, when we filter out all other Wi-Fi users, you should be the exception. You are the special one. Yes. And you should filter out everyone else that is like your kind.
With Wi-Fi 6.
There should be a special icon to say, hey, no, don't worry, guys. This is the good one.
Isn't there already that?
Oh, shit. Damn.
There's a poll I just retweeted that is about this argument, if you want to check that out.
I mean, just being on a Wi-Fi connection and getting a pop-up challenge from another Wi-Fi player and being like, ugh, fuck this.
Ew, disgusting. Ew, gross.
Oh.
Disgusting. Oh.
All right. Here we are. All right. Well, anyways, what's going on? Well, there's some big announcements. We're going to roll through, again, the ones we care about, and then we'll get to the rest because there's a whole lot of shit that got dropped.
There's a lot.
At the Video Game Awards. But before the announcements to the things that we know and love, actually, I want to put up first and foremost what I thought was the absolute sickest thing we saw. The trailer for Replaced. You just hit your mute button. Oh, you're good.
I did?
Right? Oh, okay. You muted out. No, okay. Then we couldn't hear you for a second there.
Well, that's strange.
Replaced. You're not currently, are you? No, you're in the.
Currently what?
You're not currently on Wi-Fi, are you?
No.
Okay, all right.
I think I noise gated a little bit.
Okay, that might have been the gate. The fucking look of Replaced is incredible, and
Very
finally, we've seen what comes after Octopath Traveler. Right?
Yeah.
It's not just triangle strategy. So you take classic pixel art. Then you get your Pixel Nouveau, which is your Shovel Knights and the modern shit that kind of tries to pay homage to the style, but refines it and does stuff that's a little less limited, but still embraces the look. And then Octopath is like, let's add lighting, let's add shadows, let's add texture. and then voxels gets you a 3D evolution of that idea, but replaced is actually still flat, but the environment is high res textures. And if you were to, on paper, have a meeting and describe this game to me, I would tell you it sounds like an awful idea. Like everything about the way this, the idea of pixelized, like flat pixels, 3D environment, all that shit, but the difference in quality between the textures and the pixels themselves would be so high that it would probably look terrible. But this looks unbelievably good. A retrofuturistic platformer. It also helps that, the setting is like showing you a bunch of like run down shitty areas that like benefit from that, the grittier textures, fuck, it looks good.
Looks great. I want to play it.
I don't even, I'm trying to remember. I'm like, was the genre like was it just like action? Like it was their turns? I don't even think I parsed.
Tell. I really couldn't.
I couldn't parse what the combat was exactly doing, but it looked beautiful. And let's see who's making that.
I didn't recognize the people making it either.
Coat Sync coming out next year. Coat Sync has made Shadowpoint, Cloud Gardens, Get Packed. No, I don't know any of these. Okay. Well, not a list of things I recognize, but this thing looks unbelievable. So kudos to them on that. Oh, they did a Jurassic Park game and a Transformers thing. Okay. Visually, at the very least, let's even like whatever the game ends up being or however it ends up playing.
Even if it's trash, real nice.
This game is important for it represents what I see as the next step, in terms of how much can we masturbate with pixels? How far can we take it, glorious. I fucking love it. I don't necessarily want to see Chrono Trigger remade with that style of or whatever, but like as far as new things go that can fully embrace and lean into it, hell yeah, man. Really, really cool visuals.
Yeah, Replace was definitely like the biggest like
standout.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah. I think it's, and again, like, well, anyway, some people are like, they want to see Chrono Trigger like that. I mean, when it comes to the remake shit, like, I think the way, like, FF6 was doing it was just, like, smart, where they're like, let's fuck around a little bit, but not too much. So it's not the whole game in 3D, but the opera, we're gonna do some shit, Let's fuck around with little bits and pieces, but don't go too hard.
Tiny smidgen.
Yeah, because you're also challenging nostalgia to some degree, right? Anyway, so yeah, check that shit out. Okay, and then of course, I mean, actually, factually, SAN.D, DNA's a Hideo Kojima joint. Like they actually showed off SAN.D.
Opening up the shot of the desert, I started to scream.
Like no, man.
Scream.
So first off, I'm surprised that, like, I thought, okay, when Norman Reedus kind of came out and went, oh yeah, we just finished doing this, the second one, and he kind of spoiled that this existed. Yeah. I kind of thought that Norman Reedus was being an actor who doesn't fully know what's going on.
And he was actually making a completely different game.
And that he was probably involved in some degree with, what's the other one they just announced? The horror one that leaked.
I don't know.
Overdose, was it?
Maybe.
I think it was like Overdose, right? And I thought like he was like probably playing a cameo role in that. And he's like, oh yeah, we just finished doing Whatever.
Yeah, I didn't think it was actually just straight up Death Stranding
But
too.
no, they're making a different game, and then in addition to that, they're making straight up Death Stranding too. Yeah, and it's in the fucking desert, and it's in the sand, and it seems like now you're playing as Fragile, and you fuck like you're telling me that we're gonna take this setting to a desert location where sand is everywhere, and this fucker is not gonna play with the concept of DNAs? Are you out of your mind? Of course it's going in this direction. Furthermore, SAN.D 3D, like, he can't help himself. It's gonna happen.
We're gonna see.
I think it might actually happen.
If there's a character whose name is Sandy, I'm gonna just shit my pants right in this chair.
Sandy D-san. Like, it's just because here's the thing, is that net is so wide with puns that like he's gonna do his best to pretend he does not see it, and then he's gonna just lose his mind and just gorge on the puns because he can't help it.
I still think we need to stop giving Kojima the benefit of the doubt with the puns and his ability to hold off on the puns after Soul Lie having me just scream as loud as I can at the fucking television.
Look, I think
that's
quite
the
frankly,
worst one ever.
I think that when we watch or when we read about how he says, "I'm sorry, I did not mean to predict the future. I have to change the way I write." And he wrote a sequel for Death Stranding back when the first game was still fresh. And he scrapped the entire thing after COVID. Yes, he's trying to get as far away from reality as possible. For all we know, his stand might still make it so that reality warps its way into happening the way he wrote. But
yeah, because like, I'm afraid he's gonna be like, well, this is the new thing. It's about aliens attacking, and then aliens attack us.
Pew,
and we're
pew,
like,
pew.
Can you just do? What was the other one? What was the other future you could have given us?
Whatever he threw out and erased, you bet your ass that when you took all the ingredients of the script away, he kept the puns, and then he rebuilt the entire framework for Death Stranding 2 up from those puns. Draw bridges, but this time we're drawbridges, and you draw them. But also, a drawbridge can go up or it can go down, and that means that you can choose to close yourself off when you need to, or choose to open up, right? Because Sam is someone who learned how to open up to others, even though he still doesn't like being touched. But a drawbridge is a bridge that is not a forced connection. It gives you the option of choosing to connect to some people.
I hate it. Can't wait.
Can't wait. He looks great. He's old.
It. Can't wait. Can't wait.
New weird BB. Yeah, fucking spoiler alert on our conversations, right? New weird BB. New
Troy Baker character is somehow alive.
The Red Army with the masks looks awesome.
Yeah, looks
and
good.
I hope that I'm not getting gassed up for another like cool soldier unit that means nothing.
Yeah.
You know, because that happens a lot. There's always a super cool soldier unit that Kojima is gonna fucking tease you with. God damn it,
I think
man.
the funniest thing about that whole trailer is like when the ship rises out of the ground, and I'm like, that's just Rex.
It's 1000% Rex, and you know what? Who gonna stop him? Who's gonna take him away?
Like,
the ghosts of Konami?
yeah.
No one can stop him from just putting Rex in his new thing. And now that is Rex created by Kojima Productions, piloted by Ludens. What? Just steal Metal Gear piece by piece. Who can do anything about it? You know? It's great. I like it. I like it. And what I'm curious to know now is, so it seems like you're playing as Fragile, and it seems like, you know, time has passed and we're dealing with the whatever is going on in the setting. I didn't really want to revisit the same thing. I kind of think that world is interesting that you can jump around it, but who knows? We're you know, it also makes sense too that like it's their big new studio hit. Like sequel is money, you know. You're gonna double down on the things that people know and love. Are you gonna be like delivering packages as Fragile, or is it gonna be more about just the kind of an action thing, you know?
I don't know. The whole thing actually, the big question for me is like transport seems really easy when you have a flying ship. Right? So
I would be okay if the game was a little less of trucking, in that it's a little more narrative and it's focused on these other characters doing like, you know, things that are much more like world plot driven. Because the trucking experience was fun. I got into it. I don't know that, you know, you gotta super do all that again, and the world is interesting and alive enough that you could find other stories to tell that are
I
not
was
about.
wildly into the trucking.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. But it's an interesting living world that you can do more with if you didn't return to that exact style of gameplay. So
I would like more types of trucking
okay.
so that I could truck to new experiences.
We'll have to
But
see.
I actually significantly disagree. The trucking is vital.
Interesting. I don't find it vital, but it's great. I trust that, you know, Koji can fucking tell a story regardless. But I also
tell a story.
Yeah. I also I mean, it depends on also like if the trucking environments are, you know, are particularly good. Like you got your mountain trucking and your mountain, which is not really trucking as much as it is like, you know, zip lining and making an overpass eventually. But if he can find a way to like, I don't know, maybe like underwater, like maybe you gotta truck underwater.
Truck underwater.
Yeah, maybe you got a submarine and like build a Rapture piece by piece, you know?
You just want to play Subnautica, man.
Subnautica's out there. I do know about that.
That's
that
literally just Subnautica.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm curious to see like what the flow is going to be, you know? But at the very least, the trailer showed off, and this is what it's probably going to be, at least for the introduction to the setting. It's like they're not going to, like, if there is a lot of trucking, they're going to show you a bunch of characters, cutscenes, and, you know, the things that are like plot related happening, because that's what's going to carry you forward after, now that you know all of the events of the last game. Like, that's going to carry you a bit more forward with your interests. But flying, dropping packages off, and just like fucking hightailing it out of there, you know, maybe we're dealing with a setting where there's like the isolation is more like there's towns now, you know, and you can just fly into town and do a bunch of what is essentially like subquests in one drop. Who knows? Looks cool though. We will see if Monster reconnects their deal.
I don't
because
think so.
If Monster opts out, or if they picked up like Red Bull or some other sponsor, that would be wild.
Fucking 24-hour energy. Here you go.
That would be crazy, but there needs to be something. There needs to be some form of obnoxious product placement in this game, and they have not yet shown it.
Well, we didn't get any of that till the full release, and then it came out, and everyone's like, "What the Monster energy?"
Yo, Arizona iced teas.
Ooh, that'd be good. That'd be good.
That'd be fucking. That's powerful. If they teamed up with Arizona, that would be so powerful. Yeah,
and
man.
you know what?
Get a half and
It's
half.
vital. You know what? The fucking
Arnold
detail
Palmer's.
that absolutely has to happen. Hey, why'd we switch to this? Well, we're running low on budget, and these are 99 cents a can in the far off future of 21 shitty 50
in the
future. The fuck.
Yep.
They're only $1. It's crazy.
Still affordable. Damn. maybe the crazy bandits can calm down if you offer them a box full of Arnold Palmers, you know? And then everyone can take a break, enjoy their sips together, and that's how you can clear a mission. But you gotta have a box. But then you have to give up all your fucking drinks.
No, I don't want to do
SAN.D. All right. Fucking Hades 2 from left field doing the thing that I guess it's just like Kojima Productions, right? It is like it is feasible that they're like, you know what, this was a big hit, let's just fucking make the next one. Supergiant makes unique stories every time, and they're great.
Fuck that. I want new weapons for a
yeah,
Hades game.
I fully expected them to be like, time to keep this keep the stories moving, because I love that about them, but they're like, nah, man, Hades is huge, we're fucking rolling in it, keep it going. And I mean, look, I'll tell you one thing, like, as much as I want to know, as much as I want to see the next concept, you take one look at some of those gods and you're just like, god damn it, yeah, okay.
Hey, remember that really nice shade of green that was used sometimes in Hades? That's
More
the primary color this time.
God, man. Just in case you didn't think that these were the best character designs ever, here's a whole new roster, and they are still the best character designs ever. Like, the kinds that could never be done justice in 3D, almost. You know,
Okay, so here's
Nemesis.
Here's what they need to do. All right, you need to get to the part of Hades 2 where you beat the Hades 2 and you do whatever the fuck you need to do with Kronos or whatever. And it goes, congratulations, you may now play as Zagreus. And they just do that shit where they just roll the entirety of fucking Zag's moveset into it.
You know,
and then Hades 1 becomes pointless.
Now that it's the sequel, and like Supergiant has had adequate time to discover how insanely horny the world is for their characters, I wonder if they're gonna like triple down on that and like
I think the funniest take
push
I've
the
seen
social mechanics
on Hades 2 was like a fucking image of like Melanoe, how I don't know how Mel, whatever, pushing Zag out of the way, going, move over, bisexuals. It's bisexuals' time to shine.
There has never been a roster. The world has been fucking. No, that's not true. There's been lots of rosters. Overwatch continues to dominate, like, porn, not game porn, just porn. But in terms of just like fucking like gremlin gamer lust, that the cast of Hades is up there. More Hades is cool. I hope as well that
The
like
last thing I expected to see.
Yeah, I never. But I hope that like the success of Hades has also fucking funded them to a degree where they can, develop in a way that's not like restricted. I hope that, because the way they did Hades was awesome, slow and steady. I don't know if they're going to continue that with this, but I hope that
I played Hades completely through like 3 times. One was right when it came out. Later was like halfway through its development, and then when it finally released.
Yeah,
I'd like to do that again.
We're gonna do, and they're gonna do. At least the early access step is coming as announced. And I'm gonna warn everybody that don't fall into the trap that I did, which is early access when there's no ending or no beating it, to the point of like wearing it down, and then when the final drops and you don't get around to it, don't do that. Sure, you can I think the way for me to do it is going to be to dabble my toe while waiting for the big drops,
Did I talk me running into that problem with Satisfactory a couple weeks
Yes,
ago.
you
Yeah.
did, and yes, and same thing for Darkest Dungeon 2, same thing
Yep.
for Baldur's Gate, same thing for Dead Cells. There's a bunch of
You can
games
only
that
get
I
so
that
deep into it.
yeah, there's a bunch of games that I kind of like. I love it, and I love it, and I early access it into the ground, and
And
then
then you go back to it and it's still in early access and but there's twice as much stuff and you're like, yeah, but am I gonna really go through it again? Hades I would, because Hades is like Hades.
hmm
But
but damn it if you like Hades is one too though, like where like it takes a while to build up some of those skills, you know? You got to do runs, you got to put the work in, and uh you get better as a player certainly, and that's going to make things go faster, but like lost progress in that game hurts, you know. So anyway, yeah, fuck yeah. Good shit on that. Um that sounds like a me problem, sure. Um how about that Armored Core Fires of Rubicon?
so there's been more news that have come out of this because people are like,
Yeah.
is it gonna be like a Souls game?
No,
And the
card
interview comes out,
confirmed.
goes, no, bitches, it's Armored
It's
Core. You do
Armored Core.
missions, you fight the robot, it goes fast.
Hard confirmed. It's an Armored Core game. Shut up.
It's an
It
Armored Core Armored Core game.
yeah, notice the 6, right? It's not called something else. It's called Armored Core 6. So
Hey, guess
done.
what that means? All right, get ready. Okay, build the mech, buy the parts,
It
outfit the mech,
means
spend 40 minutes distributing your weight, getting the right weapons, testing it in the simulator, play the mission, get fucking smoked in the mission, come back, do that again.
it means hold the controller backwards so that the
Yeah.
buttons face away from you and you can properly press everything that you need to play this fucking game. Oh, can't wait. Can't wait to learn reverse control style.
Oh yeah, that's some good
No,
shit right there.
I was watching it and I was just like it was fucking just robot porn
Mm-hmm.
and it's
Mm-hmm.
mecha porn and no, it just fucking I just kind of I'm like what the fuck are you doing, you stupid idiot? Just fucking get into like this has like Armored Core is it's a franchise that absolutely has the potential to own my life. You know, like I know how deep that rabbit hole can go, and I know I have friends as well that are super in, and I know I'm like, yep, this is all the markings of a time vampire for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, so like with that, it's like just fucking let it happen, you know. So I think I'm gonna see if I drown, with this, but it just they're so good, the designs are so good, you
I
know,
love
and
the
they
robots. They look like
oh
cool
man,
robots.
um, yeah, and you know I do like as well that it's not necessarily Armored Souls, you know, like I like that it's like no we're bringing it back. It's been a million, here it is. Nothing
If I
else to say,
wanted it
but
to be Armored Souls, which I kind of do also, I would want their new game to be called Armored Souls and not Armored Core 6. If it's called Armored Core 6, I want to go on a mission to get some fucking bullshit for some company that's never going to be mentioned again in the story and then lose to Glint.
so if Armored Souls has to happen or is going to happen, which I could imagine a cool version of that existing, I would say I'm glad that this is what you're getting first, right? Do this first before you go there. Yeah, and not much else except for what leaked beforehand, which, you know, you can't, some things you know, the lid is going to be kept tight on, but something like that, probably not. So, Fires of Rubicon. The Rubicon is that thing that Caesar crossed, you know? In this case, it's about a
Some kind of
planet.
energy bullshit.
Yeah, it's a planet with energy, and it was supposed to be humanity saving energy, but then they started fighting each other over it, and now it's all a dangerous no-go zone because the flaws of human. Always be wary of the flaws of human.
No, be
Whatever.
wary
Get
of patches.
um Be wary of a
Patches will be there.
I want to see a controller scheme option menu where it's the buttons are actually, instead of going through type A, B, and C, it's just showing you different ways to hold the controller.
Yeah.
Like, turn it backwards, put the triggers on your thumbs. All right, get your 2 indexes, wrap them around the 2 joysticks. Okay, here you go. That's type B.
You know what I want? I want type like D to show like a non-human hand.
Sure.
like a gnarled ass werewolf hand with 6 fingers. Why did I say it like that? Fingers?
Fingers.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they showed off the latest FF16 trailer. Holy fucking shit, that game looks sick.
Hey, that game's gonna pop, dude.
That game looks really good. Yeah, I saw a lot of the earlier trailers were covering the Titan spectacle fights, which we know are going to be awesome. They're going to be these like set piece battles that are probably going to change genres each time and such. But when it comes to the moment to moment on the ground combat, how's it going to be? It's like, oh, it's going to be 15, but better. So yeah, cool.
I have to say, like, the more I look at it, I want to know. Like, it looks so much like a reboot of like a single player FF14.
Really?
Like, even the summons that they picked are all the A Realm Reborn summons.
Okay.
Like, it just, I like the music, the cast, the general tone, and like it really looked like there was because there was an FF11 single player thing going around for a while. They were going to redo FF11 like a single player game, and then that disappeared. And then the same rumor came around for 14, and then that disappeared, and now we see this. I'm like, could it be? I don't know. Well, regardless, it looks great. Somebody in the chat says, except for Phoenix, dude, Phoenix is totally an A Realm Reborn summon.
I mean,
go play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is it because of Yoshi P? Is it just like, obviously we're gonna lean into the thing that's been popping off for this and keeping the company afloat for the last decade,
Well, it's not just him.
Sense.
It's also Soken. It's also the writer of Heaven's Word. Like, it's a bunch of those guys.
Naoki Yoshida. Sure. Yeah, very, very, very little to say beyond just like this game, the settings, the fucking everything we're seeing looks rad, and the only thing more hype than summoning a summon is DTing into a fucking summon.
Yeah, it looks like, hey, what if, you know how everyone liked all those moves that Nero had where an arm would come out and he had like a stand? What if you had 6 of those?
I mean, I think like it's almost as if like for 16 games, it's like the word summon has been holding us back because it was an imperative at the same time as a name. But what if you just went, wait, they're not summons? And then the whole world opens up.
They're totally summons, though. You're summoning them next to you so that they will stand next to you.
No, so that they will stand by your side? No, they're icons. They're icons. Don't you fucking... Yeah.
I have a spoiler for you, Woolie. Do you know where the term icon comes from?
14.
Yeah.
Well,
exact spelling and everything.
There you go. Yeah, it makes sense that more of the thing that is the most popular thing they've ever done will bleed into the other things they do.
Well, it's more than that. Not even the popularity. Just like the people who made that are the people making this one.
Well, sure. But I mean, whatever crossover or promotional event is going to happen between 14 and this game is going to be like fucking like probably canon,
They're all canon.
But like canon.
They are all canon.
Okay, well.
It's just when they go back to their old universe, they forget.
No one talks about it anymore.
That's the rule. No, Woolie, Dissidia established the rule set that once you hop back to your old universe, you forget all the stuff in the weird interdimensional portal crap.
Portals make you forget.
The only person who remembers is Gilgamesh.
Oh shit! The portals make you forget every time. Okay.
Except for Greg.
Is that his name for short?
Yeah.
Nice. Good. Anyway, we got to see some of that. And then, everybody got mad hype at Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon. Look, man. Platinum said... Well, they said a lot of things. They said they'd never lose their luster.
Platinum has said a lot of things.
They said a lot. But Platinum said this. They said they're trying to work on their own IPs not being second fiddle to like the guns for hire shit that they do. And they want to build that out. And one of those, one of the premier ones for them is absolutely Bayonetta. So it's time to start building out the franchise, right? Okay. Well, you see the decisions.
These fucking nuts.
You see the decisions going into 3, and you're like, all right. And then you see this, and it's like, all right. It appears to be a story-driven game about Cereza going through what I thought was Johnson Forest, but it's not Johnson Forest. It's another forest. We don't show up for the story.
Yeah, I was about to... So I made this point because I was booing it when it showed up. I was like actively yelling the word boo at it.
We don't show up for the not fighting.
And then when people are like, wow, you're really mad about Bayonetta 3, I'm like, no, you don't understand. Platinum stories are terrible. Awful. All of them.
Like if Platinum announced a Telltale style narrative game, fucking run for the hills.
Oh,
like,
God.
That's the crazy part, right? Like I during the previous eras and during like 101 and shit, because 101 is light in tone. We've talked about why it works, right? We've talked about how it's not taking itself too seriously and kind of aware of when it's being ridiculous. Bayo is kind of self-aware, but I think I've posthumously ascribed more self-awareness than actually was present to those games, because I think in retrospect they really did take them seriously and believed in those moments that were fucking clown shoes.
I want to raise my hand for a second there. I got to stop you because as soon as we started saying that Platinum stories are god awful, people go, what about Metal Gear Rising? You mean the Metal Gear Rising that was written by Etsu Tamari, known for Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, and Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker?
Okay.
Metal Gear Rising was written by Konami people.
What about Nier?
Nier was written by Yoko Taro.
Obviously, that's such a stupid comment. It might as well be straw man. That's not a real person worth acknowledging. That's ridiculous. The stories that Platinum themselves make, the stories that Platinum make, not the fucking clowns.
No, the stories that Platinum makes are terrible.
Not good.
They're awful.
Just you take them for what they are, as they're cased in between amazing segments of gameplay and action. Like it's what it is. And again, like I said, this whole recent Bayo experience has really clarified just how much I actually enjoyed the Devil May Cry stories. And
actually I've had that exact same experience.
Like, I think of them more fondly in retrospect now, because I'm like, damn, I think I shat on them way too hard for what they were. They're way more coherent than I thought, when you just put them up against this. So, when we gotta now do a game that appears to be maybe a puzzle combat. I'm not too sure. It
like
just
just way to play to all of their weaknesses for real. Like just
it's a storybook, so the narrative being in storybook style might be simplified, and thus like the pieces will be too sparse to really like fuck up. But I can't see myself looking at that and going, yeah, I want to pay full price for that. Feels like a side
That's
thing.
$97 Canadian.
Feels like a side thing. 80? Hold on. No, no. We're not there yet.
Oh, we are.
No. We're not in the 90s.
What's it called? Cereza and the Lost whatever? The fuck's it called? Bayonetta Origins. Playthrough as Cheshire. Bayonetta Origins. Fucking GameStop.ca. I bet it's not. I bet it doesn't have a fucking.
62.47.
$79.99.
So the conversion is to 80. So we're still at
Canada
80.
dollars, which means 79.99 times 1.14 is 91.18 cents.
All right. Well, there it is.
$92.
Like, if you showed me that and said it came with the, like, it came out as a pre-order bonus, or it came out as a, like...
You could say! Oh, fuck! Oh, that's so fucking mean!
I don't know, man. We got but what does it look like? It looks like a fucking, it looks like a thing. It looks like a little bonus thing.
You know what it looks like? It looks like the other project they were working on when they took the Jeanne elevator action game and rolled it into Bayonetta 3 as this can't be a whole game.
God. Scalebound fucked them up, man.
Oh,
Scalebound, like, came into their lives and twirled them and fucking took them on a date and wined and dined, and they were smitten, and then she fucking left, and they don't know what to do. Platinum got left on red, and they're just like, hey, hi, good morning, beautiful, hey, and just no response.
And Babylon's Fall, don't forget about Babylon's Fall.
Oh, man. Boy, okay. When you know that they talk about, like, the idea of, like, it's go time. We got to get real. We got to get serious. We can't fuck around. Money's an issue. We had some projects get canceled that were really expensive. Our plans got fucked up. We have to focus on our own IPs, build our own independence. You're like, okay, all that makes sense. Cool. And then, like, you lean into the shit that you're not great at.
So, we can't spend too long on this, right? Because
no. I know.
But I do want to say something. So Platinum is made of people who left Capcom because they were unhappy with the way Capcom held the purse strings on their independent projects that never made any goddamn money. And what we saw with Platinum is that they then went into work for hire. And the issue that they've run into is that they have no money. And the most successful games they have made on every metric have been work for hires by companies that gave them a bunch of money and time to actually make those games really excellent. Nier Automata and Metal Gear Rising are easily the best games Platinum has made. With like a close third being the first Bayonetta, which is one that Sega gave them all the time in the world to make.
But I guess how profitable were those projects for them compared to the ones that they completely control?
Well, they're more profitable than fucking Babylon's Fall was.
Yeah. That's the thing, is just like, if they're looking at the numbers and going, yes, these guns for hire projects are what we cut our teeth on, and they're what we make our bread on, but we need to actually start doing our own shit. And I guess the idea is also like, if one hits big and it hits good, then we're gonna be, we can let that flagship us. But God, like, then you have to go, like, you have to, if you want to do that as Platinum, you have to acknowledge that you need outside writers to come in and do your stories, like, for you. You have to be like, we're going to reach out to fucking George R.R. Martin, because if George is running to Japan to not work on Winds of Winter, then fuck it. Get him, or get Yoko, or get anybody that's not in your fucking company to start writing for you guys then, and you'll start to fix those problems. Because
I think Platinum is kind of screwed without oversight, because Bayonetta 3 is a game, like, I'm going to be really honest. Bayonetta 3 is not a bad game. It's just not a great game, right? It's mediocre to good, right? It was in dev in their own house for 5 years, right? They definitely had time to work on it. They said in 2017, it is an active development. And when you get to it, you're like, not only is this not the best Bayonetta game, which is weird, it also has like elements that were just like stolen from your direct competitor that came out a couple of years into dev. Like, they need somebody at the top to be like, no, stop it, or start doing this, or whatever, because just giving them enough time doesn't help.
There was a point in Bayo 3 where it stopped being homage, and I think there's a point where, like, DMC5 is probably not being flattered by the imitation. You know what I mean? The sincerest form of flattery.
Does it use the same subtitles font? If that's the case, that's really funny.
It's just like, is Itsuno looking at fucking not Cavalier and going like, hey, cool, they did Cavalier.
It's not as fun to use.
I really like it though. I really like
it's fun.
It's great. It's one of my favorites right now. Anyway, I just think, I'm like, it's gonna take a real sobering, honest look at yourself to go, all right, what works, what doesn't. And I think as well, like, I get whatever the fuck happens in the rest of this, I still gotta beat it. But the fact that I know that Kamiya had to put out an article going, wait, hold on, Andre the Giant .gif, whoa, Hulk Hogan, then like, I know that they're definitely feeling that their writing decisions are not being fucking applauded at this point. So if you gotta go talk to somebody that wants to collaborate on something that is not Square, but is actually just a writer that is a talented, known person that has that bandwidth and is looking for someone that's really good at gameplay, make that happen. It's gonna take collaboration. It's gonna cost money, or it's gonna make it so that, like, whatever. Like I said, Grimm gets his cut. Whatever his cut is, on Elden Ring, he gets that, and that's what he did. But be honest about where you're at with that stuff, Because the thing is, too, is unfortunately, like, as cool as Astral Chain 2 and Wonderful 102 would be, I think that they're looking at those as, like, bigger gambles than something like Bayonetta 3, which is a huge name, a huge known bit, a huge franchise. It's their flagship, so they're always going to lean hard on that more than they're going to go to the other ones, which Wonderful 101 struggled. Nintendo is going to support them, certainly, as long as they stick around, but, like, yeah, this rough shape is going to fucking just make their situation worse if they don't. I don't know, man.
I would really, really, really like to see a game as good as Astral Chain come out again from them.
Project GG.
That'd be nice.
Project GG.
I gotta calm down with the pacing
though. Hopefully Project GG is not like it doesn't feel like the just slow kaiju battles for 8 hours to 20 hours straight.
Woolie, I don't wanna really, but there's some parts where those cool kaiju battles come in, and you're like, I can't believe I have to do this cool kaiju battle before this other part of the level.
Okay.
And you're just like, God damn it, stop it.
Just again, the ones that feel like the Punch Out kind of like duels those feel a bit more enjoyable than the ones where you're just full 3D lumbering slow kaiju, Anyways, yeah, we do have to move. So with that, we can talk about Ken Levine's next game, Judas.
Oh, you mean BioShock, not BioShock, by the BioShock man who crunched his team to the point where the company dissolved?
No shock. No shock at all. I was wondering if the word shock was going to be in the title. I was
shocked that the word shock did not appear.
I was like, that's straight up while it was going, like from the creators of BioShock, and I'm like, okay, so what shock are we doing here? Crunch shock? No.
So I want to point out this is a Ken Levine game, and it is a tone/CG trailer. And as such, I need to point out that the last game that Ken Levine put out was BioShock Infinite, in which literally nothing in any of the trailers took place in the game itself. It was all, even the gameplay demos, it was all completely fake.
This sentence gets crazier and crazier every time you say it, but like, yes, like...
Every
single
thing that was ever shown for BioShock Infinite was not in the game.
A gun was fired and a hook line was ridden on at the end. Like those things happened.
Well, the sequences, those gameplay reveal / demos aren't real. They literally were made for the demo. They were not in the game.
So the
way
problem
that things work in those things isn't in the game.
So the problem now that I have to introduce Reggie to the concept of is the tone trailer, because as he's getting excited at the cutscenes and I'm like, hold on now, right? There was at least one moment where it was like, hey, I forgot what game it was, but it was like, hey, yo, what do you think of this game so far? And he was like, oh, wait, it's been all cutscenes, hasn't it? And I'm like, yes! And then the last thing they showed was a in cutscene fake gameplay moment tone trailer, And it's like, okay, you have to spot that shit. You can't fall sucker for it.
I still think the ultimate version of the tone trailer is the fake playing with your friends Ubisoft experience.
Yeah. Excitement in live action. Oh,
it's
good
like,
shot.
Hey guys, I'm gonna search this place. You guys cover me out in the front. Like, okay, yeah, I got you, brother. You go in there. Oh no, I'm picking up something on the radar. Like, oh my god, go fuck yourself.
But they lie because it works, dude. Like, they lie because it works.
Yeah, no, everyone lies because it works. Why would you lie because it doesn't work?
And the thing is, of course, is like when it's a tone trailer, you can put not actual gameplay in the corner for the first 5 seconds, and then later when you cut to the tone, you don't have to have that anymore, and then continue to lie to everybody. Lying is good, actually.
I saw
anyway, so
around, like every fucking trailer is like, you are the last cum priest. Be blessed are the cum priests.
Sure, yes.
What do you think of cum priest reckoning?
Yes. Anyway, that aside, like, setting looks cool. We'll have to see what the game is like. But as far as, rendered ass introductions to your world go, Judas is what it's called. Narrative-driven single-player first-person shooter is what they're describing it as. Sure. Let's see more.
More than the nothing?
Like it is a like the trailer, like a trailer like that to me is like a flip through a concept art book, right?
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Show me what your art style is. Show me what your backgrounds look like. Show me what tone you're going for. This time it's okay. It's a flip through a concept art book, and then you press play on some headphones and listen to some music and some acting, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So then we got to take a look at Street Fighter 6, June 2nd, 2023.
That's so much farther away than
It's really far away. It leaked. It leaked, you know. And not only did it leak, but it leaked alongside good old sneeze face Luke.
yeah, the terrible boxer. I will say though, because you and I are probably going to be able to play the game a day early because influence, which does create a interesting situation in which I will be able to stream Street Fighter 6, very likely, fingers crossed, on Zangief's birthday.
Oh, shit.
Zangief and Zangief's birthday.
That's incredible. Cool for that.
Every time I see a Street Fighter 6 trailer, I start yelling at them to show me my own dog, and they won't.
I don't even hate the box art from a like perspective of like, oh, like why is it Luke or whatever? Because it's the new guy. That's fine.
Why is it a main character just doing a pose? The issue is the pose, and Luke is ugly on it.
It's just uninspired, is what it is. And I mean, you know, like 5 was Ryu doing the cross fist, and like it was white background, you know, black and white image with the red, and you know, it was just it wasn't the most exciting, but it was more interesting. 4 with the Chun-Li was not particularly great either, unfortunately. I look at this and I go, they showed off better potential box art for 6 that included Kimberly and Jamie. Why not put all 3 on the front? You know, it would have been way better to just show the whole new generation, the new trio, and like use some of the other examples. There's other pieces that are fantastic that could work as box art. Get Jamie and Kimberly in there, you know.
Only Luke.
Okay. Well, you know, and this is coming from a not Luke hater. You know, I don't mind him.
That shot of Luke is actually pretty bad, even considering my dislike of Luke.
I feel like they got other options, and they've kind of committed to this one. Which, if the first logo was anything to go on, the feedback forced them to change the logo. Maybe they'll do something between now and release for that too. You know,
it's gross.
Like enough people clowning on Street Fighter visuals has gotten results. Let's see if that happens again. DJ's back. That's cool. He's got the sway, the rockaway mechanic, Fat Joe, you know, and then you get your max out with 2 projectiles instead of 1 by default. Seems pretty fucking wild. So he's gonna do King style venom strikes. He's got a fake fireball. So instead of having him be an exact clone of Guile, where like he kind of is zoning in the exact same way, you got the either 2 shots, big commitment, big lockdown, or fake, and then you get a nice anti-air. That's pretty cool. The maximum pants are gone, but they're going to be there in the classic form. So
yeah, no, you'll have the maximum pants.
But like the maximum pants are still like such a great idea because they read perfectly. Reading, as long as you read them vertically, they're palindromic visuals that the letters can be mirrored player 1 and player 2 side. His new sway mechanic is pretty fun, and the rhythm game they showed off in his super looks like it's going to be kind of cool too. You probably have to time it to the beat and do all that stuff that the leaks showed off with the announcing. Yay for that. JP looks like he's going to be besides being a big old zaddy, he is the original master of psycho power or the inheritor.
Sure,
right?
Whichever. He's a psycho power man. Bison's gone, but there's still a psycho power man, and he's probably Q.
And that's the thing, is like he's either the inheritor or the originator of psycho power, but whatever his role is, he also is coming in with that Q and G energy, where he might be like the thing that Qs are all over the world, doing or whatever. Yeah. It straight up could be related to him and what he's trying to do.
He's wearing Q's hat and coat.
There's big energy coming off of him with that, and we didn't get to see what happened with G as well, like, because there was no real like full-on plot for him besides just, I want to be the president of Earth.
The world. I'm the weirdest man ever.
But he's great too. Power to the Earth. Light it up. Like, he's great. But JP, letter names as well. There's going to be some sort of fusing of Bison's as a boss and the perhaps GQ Illuminati, maybe even things, so we'll see where that goes. And he's another zoner, which zoning is now fucking good in this game, so get ready to get fucking mixed and schmixed. So that's all fine. Then we saw Manon, who was
the weirdest grappler ever.
Well, I'm just glad. I'm glad she's not Girl Able, right?
She's really, really not Girl Able.
I'm glad that she's not. She's her own thing, and she's Lady Gaga switching into her, or Sia switching into her battle clothes between
pointing her giant freak feet at you.
They're so big. Also, like, they're Street Fighter not apologizing for the cake.
Yeah, no, it's really out of control.
Her and Chun-Li are just like fucking double triple deckers going on when you pause the screen on that shit. It's wild. But yeah, French, good old French. Reggie simping because her name is Manon, and I'm like, I'm not familiar with the name Manon. I never met any Manons.
I knew a couple Manons.
Yeah, but it's a very, very classic French name. Seems like I think it's BJJ mixed with dance. So she's tossing it around.
She's ballerina shit.
Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Cool.
But like, she's a grappler whose normals like pull you in to grab range.
Yeah. So I think she's like hybrid, because I don't know if she's gonna have like more than just the main one, But she's got the kick moves, of which we've seen at least 2. There's the the whatever, not a plie, but the jumping black swan kick, and then she's got the one that looks like an uppercut as well. And then we see the regular and EX versions of her tossing you around, and her level 3 looks like it's a big grab as well, So fear the grab. I'm guessing as well that since it's like Geef is always going to have the 360s. I doubt they're going to change that, but others have not over time, T-Hawk as well has gotten it, but they've tried to make it so that people who are not Geef don't have to do full 360s. That's been a trend.
No, I can see hers being half circle.
Then we got Marissa,
big lady,
6'8", 200 and not enough pounds. Introduction is her manhandling a lion. I mean, what more do you want from me?
Marissa, I want Marissa to fulfill the the boxer archetype in terms of
the boxer archetype. So people were speculating about her being Girl Sagat. Definitely not Girl Sagat in gameplay, but but seeing some of her moves, she did stuff that was weirdly Abigail reminiscent with the double hits, and she did stuff that was Illuminati reminiscent. So that big lunging kick, which is the chariot kick, is straight up a Urian and Gil kick, and
I suppose you're right.
It really looks exactly like that,
She's got an armored counter.
Right? Which it looked like it countered a throw. It looked like Manon was going for a grab. I'm not sure if it was a button, but if it is a grab breaker, that would be really interesting, because Luke originally had an armor, a grab, an auto tech, right? He had a back and heavy punch was a move called Suppressor, which would basically he leans back and sways in, and if you try to throw him during that, you get extra damage. Or like he gets extra damage on you. That is to say, if this is a better way to tech, that could be really interesting for the mind games. And then you get her doing charged armored punches. A lot of the audio things that leaked with the lines from the commentary mentioned that she had armor. So she's gonna absolutely Abigail her way through a bunch of shit as well. Especially when you see her doing a charge and then the big punch, the wall bounce, you know. And then she has the double swing, which is like an uppercut and then a second chop down. That second one is an overhead. That was mentioned in the leak files as well. So we do have enough with her to know that she's going to be armor based and just, you know, she'll tank her way through things.
I just realized that overhead is fucking Urian's standing fucking fierce.
She has a bunch of shit that looks Illuminati, right? Now, of course, it's like Urian is the, you know, like that Illuminati story doesn't have a ton to do with like her with the Roman Colosseum and the Greek gladiators and such. You know, she's from Italy, but she's hearkening back to Greek descent, and she has Greek Spartan like style. She has a Corinthian helmet. You know, she's got like a lot of that gladiator energy about her. So I don't really see how that would directly translate across to Q and Gillen and Urian, but the moves are reminiscent, you know?
I think the most important thing, more than any of these details, especially at this early stage, is like, so far, they are at a 100% ratio of these new guys are winners.
Yeah.
Except for Luke.
Love him.
But he's not a new guy.
They're winners. I'm gonna stand by that first statement. Yes, her hair also is cut in the helmet Corinthian shape, but besides her hairstyle looking like the helmet, she also has a real Corinthian helmet that she slams on the ground in her intro. Yeah. She's in a historically accurate like Roman Colosseum with a bunch of Romans behind. Like, what the fuck is the time travel? Well, so this is the problem, right? Where it's like they're either cosplayers at fucking that fantasy dragon restaurant, where they're either in between rounds of like real gladiator combat via time travel, or serving you Spartan burgers and Greek yogurt.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
You know? Like, if Marissa is like, I hearken back to the true Greek warriors, and the only modern day versions of that are the guys hanging out serving up fucking souvlakis and spanakopitas, then I guess we're gonna go hang out over there, you know?
I have to say, also, the trailer they put out that was the pre-order trailer that showed off more of World Tour.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to be making a custom character that can do moves from other characters like you suspected, which is going to be a freak. An unplayable, unfair freak. And also, they showed off a bunch of minigame stuff that look like Sean's Parry game is back. Fucking cutting bottles with your hand, eating food with Hadokens.
Yeah. That shit's, I want it as wacky and as dumb as possible, man. Lean into it. Absolutely. I'm surprised they showed off like these three characters and like one returning. I wanted to see Marissa the most of that leak list, and Manon was also way up there, so very cool that they went for that.
What's T-Hawk's sister's name? I forget. Lily?
It's his daughter, and it's Lily Hawk.
Lily Hawk. I want to see Lily Hawk now. I want to see what a tiny grappler looks like.
Yeah. So one of your best examples that you can go to is Ryoko from World Heroes, where she just grabs the shit out of you, and she's super tiny, Makoto energy, based on the same judoka from Ryoko Tani, I believe, from Japan. There's tiny grapplers out there. But yes, she looks great. I want to see all of them, man. I want to see Rashid, you know, and I want to see more comics of Jury shitting on Cammy for not getting her announcement trailer out yet, and Cammy getting depressed because lol, I can't believe it. One of the fan favorites getting ignored forever.
Extra weird because like footage of Cammy came out like right away.
It leaked super hard. Yeah. In the meantime, start your fan art engines. Fucking get to simping. Those 6'8" abs aren't gonna lick themselves. What? She big. Anyways, all right. Street Fighter 6. Right after that we got Tekken 8. We got to see.
Guess what? Jun is alive again.
Yeah, actually. So here's the really dumb but like whatever thing is, like, technically Jun has not been seen since Tekken 2.
Yeah.
Sure, she showed up in the tag tournaments because they're non-canon.
That's not canon. It's not
they're
canon.
dream matches. It's fine. And her update, her look changed and she had the sweater and she looked cool, but no, it hasn't been her. And don't worry about Unknown. Don't worry about any of that. No, she's back, and all it took was Heihachi dying for her to be like, okay.
I bet you anything Heihachi will be in this game.
I'm curious to know what possible insane reason they'll have for her being sealed away. You know, like either she was fighting demons on the astral plane, alongside Kazumi, or
no, it needs to be I just left.
Yeah, I was tired of the bullshit.
Jin, I decided to not raise you.
Because you know what? Kazuya tried to kill me, and I said, fuck this, I'm out. And I just said, I'm leaving this stupid bloodline behind.
Well, and there's now some kind of audio thing going off right now. I'm hearing it on my end.
Oh.
And
1 second.
People in the chat are also hearing it on their end.
BRB. Alrighty, I think we should be good.
I also missed.
Yeah, so did I.
Nice.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say that so Jun decided to show back up after quote unquote Heihachi's dead, But here's the thing: if you're like she was off doing something very important, we
No.
have to. Well, because the thing is whatever the fuck like it made her reappear now, she slept through the annihilation of I think it's like 1/3 the population of the
It's
planet.
like a world war, yeah.
Yeah, which Jin started, which is why it's so baffling because like the energy they're trying to come back around with is like you can't root for any of them. They're all fucking bastards. They're all assholes.
They're all toxic. Yeah.
And Kazuya is straight villain, and Jin is like playing the role of like we should not exist in this world, and what's his name, Swede man anime hair
Lars.
is going like, yeah, Jin, I believe you, but Jin as the hero, as if he didn't start a world war that killed 1/3 of the population or whatever on that planet.
Had to kill that ice dragon.
Sure. And now you gotta fucking accept that. It's like, nah, dude. So whatever the fuck Jun is gonna come back and say or do, she ignored a global catastrophe and a world war.
She didn't want to be tied down, so she went and run an nail salon.
Done.
And now she needs money, so she's going to do the tournament.
No, she doesn't need money. Fucking Paul Phoenix needs money.
Paul always fucking needs money.
Yeah, but this time he's really broke though, for real. like he's been busted as in his biker form, but this time he really needs it. Era of American hobo fighters it's loud and clear.
Yeah.
Ken and Paul working on the same construction site. Law, looking ripped. That's all fine. Jack has a move where he summons in a fucking, not just a hammer of dawn, but like a big old robot knife from the sky just comes down on you.
Excellent.
Like shit's wild, So yeah, sure. Whatever the fuck this game's gonna be, let's see it. But I really hope that this story doesn't just hand wave over the fact that the hero Jin probably has a higher body count than Kazuya, the villain.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, I was just pointing out that Jin probably has a higher body count than Kazuya, the villain, ostensibly.
Oh, Jin's Ogre killed like individual people for fuck's sake, and he was an unironic monster. Like he was a monster man, and he killed like what, 10 people?
9 if Jun's alive.
You're right.
It's goddamn Akuma all over again.
Oh, totally is. You're super right.
As time goes on, one by one, everyone Akuma killed did not die, and then he actually killed no one. Gotetsu probably just like was kind of tired and then went to sleep afterwards. Fuck. Yeah, Tekken 8.
Was Ogre good after all?
No. Are you hearing a crackle again? Sorry.
I did. Yes.
Shit.
It was when you shifted in your seat.
Maybe touching the wire. Okay. Fuck. All right.
Must be your Wi-Fi.
BRB. All right, I'm gonna see if this works. I had
Welcome back.
I had to move the when Min came over. They had to move around some mic setup shit. So like something might have been
totally
loose.
what did it, bro.
Likely so.
You know
Otherwise,
why
this
that is,
doesn't
right?
get
All those
touched.
wires weighing you down.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, you collect Wi-Fi dubs.
I
And
will. I will collect those Wi-Fi dubs. Thank you.
collect your Wi-Fi dubs and go to sleep
I
at night
can't
on
wait
that.
till we get another fucking Raycon ad. I can't fucking wait.
Listening to your music has nothing to do with having a good connection to your opponent.
Unless my opponent is the music.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I've been fighting the music via my punching thing, so there's that.
Oh yeah, you've literally been doing that.
Yo, Vampire Survivors now available on your fucking phone.
Might be the best. That might be the best stealth drop of It's Out Now I've ever seen.
Okay, did you try it?
I did not try it.
I tried it.
How is it?
It's better on a controller.
Yeah, of course it fucking is.
Yeah, it's way better on a controller. But it works and it's there. And it's interesting because they've formatted it's phone formatted, so you're seeing the up and down more than the left and right, and they didn't
Wait, what? Like it's like not widescreen, like it's hold up your phone vertically?
It's
formatted?
vertical. It's vertical.
That's so weird.
They changed the actual format of the game. They didn't just say rotate your screen.
It's like left to right entirely.
It's vertical, dude. So like they made it.
People are saying you can change it.
Okay.
You rotate it.
Okay. Oh well. I gave it a quick try for one stage basically, and I noticed that but you can play in vertical orientation, and it all works.
Can I import my settings? Sorry, my
Hope so.
phone.
And it's weird because you visually can see more up and horizontally or more vertically than you see the other way around, which for the library stage would be horrible. For a bunch of weapons where like they bounce off at the edge of the stage, you probably are not going to be able to plan your fucking positioning as well if you are trying to time it with the wheelbarrow and shit.
I think Vampire Survivors on your phone is like the most slam dunk shit in the world.
Yep.
It's the most ideal game to play on your fucking phone ever.
And of course, yes, while you can rotate your phone then to get it in normal orientation, designing it to work in both is crazy. Most of the time when you boot a game up on your phone, it'll automatically just rotate and then to hold it that way. But the fact that it stayed vertical the entire time was like, oh, okay. They actually put the work in to make it go either way. Feels better. Feels better on controller no matter what, but at least now
everything does.
At least now it's where it should be. I will say this though, based on the way it feels with your thumb, it's gonna be really hard when you're at the final high level crazy shit going on where you have to make very split second dodges, it's gonna get really tricky with your thumb to do a lot of that. I think the only
game that might play better or might feel better, I'm trying to think of the way to phrase this. Of course it plays better with a controller, right? I can only think of one game that would play not there's a better way to play it with the controller, and that would be the new Ultra Kill update, but I'm not brave enough to try it.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you seen the Ultra Kill update?
I sure have. Oh fuck, sorry. Okay, I realize what's causing the pop. It's my mute button. So god damn it, this one broke too. Ah shit, two of these broke.
That's not the phrase I wanted to hear. This one broke too?
So I had another mute button back on the other setup, and it took a tumble, and then I guess once it does, when you press mute, it does a little pop there. Shit. Okay. Well, that's what the problem is. All right, I'll have to not mute. Actually, no, this isn't gonna work. I do it subconsciously. I do it when I'm not.
You just touched it.
Yeah, but no, I did.
That.
while I was no, I didn't. Did you hear something while I was
Oh, well,
saying?
yeah,
it?
we'll
While I was-
crackle then. Yeah.
Okay, well the mute button is fucking this whole thing up. All right, here.
Oh, this is great.
Let me stop
This
this.
is
All
super.
right.
If only you could have a wire.
All right, I think we're good this time for real reels.
Woolie, you saved us from the curse of wires. Thank you.
Actually, it's not the wire that's at fault. It's the mute button itself. So
Oh,
the wires have been preserved. The mute button has been extracted and is trashed.
goodbye, mute
it turns
button.
out.
What are you gonna do? Cough right into the thing now?
I'll have to cough right into everyone's face.
Oh man,
Just
that's good.
bleh.
Yeah. Ugh.
You know, the way it sounded before we had mute buttons.
Ugh.
There you go. Nice. Once upon a time, we used to just lean away and be like, fart,
Yeah.
fart, piss, So, Um. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
What the fuck were we talking about?
Yeah,
Tekken.
Vampire
We're
Survivors,
talking
but
about Tekken.
no, we moved
Hey,
on.
guess what? It's gonna be a fighting game with Tekken. And it's gonna.
We moved on.
We'll
We're
talk
talking about
it
Vampire
next time.
Survivors, but that's okay. Moving on real quick
fuck.
because there's a lot of other stuff. Earthblade from the creator of Celeste gets a new trailer. Gets a first look. It looks like Celeste crossed weapon, so you can fight now. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing is, while Celeste is great, and I look forward to seeing what this does, the moment you can attack enemies, it now enters a different category. Whereas Celeste was just a firm Super Meat Boy N+ style platformer, this is this is now being compared to platformers with combat like Hollow Knight.
Right.
you know?
No, instantly. Yeah. No, that's rough.
Yeah, so you're like, okay, now we have to judge. Like, the moment you have a character just do this with a sword, there's now a combat system we have to think about and judge. You know? Are you going to feel better than Dead Cells? How are you going to feel like Castlevania?
How's better than Castlevania in Dead Cells?
Yeah, you know, like, we have to judge your combat now because one character stuck a sword out and it hit something. But it's still clearly about platforming. Did you notice the lack of strawberries?
I vividly noticed the lack of strawberries.
Not even one.
Not even a single one.
There you go. That's for you.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and again, shout outs to the studio, Extremely Okay Games. That's great. Oh wow, 2024.
Yeah, that's far away.
Jesus, they're gonna take their time.
Why bother even announcing it?
I guess just to let people know, you know. But for something like that, if you're spending that much time on like polish and shit, like you want it to be like level tested in every possible way. Like they're doing it. Exploration is the genre. Sure. Okay, and then
Exploration, go to hell.
I mean, just like I'd say in terms of shit worth talking about, the fucking spirit of Marvel has once again shown his ugly head, this time possessing some weird kid who got up and stood behind the FromSoft team accepting their Game of the Year award, politely waited for them to finish, and then leaned into the mic and started talking some weird shit about his Reformed Orthodox rabbi, Bill Clinton.
Just nonsense, just total word salad.
Complete word salad. And then, then the security got him, and then he got arrested and whatnot. The idea, of course, that, like, this was allowed to happen, / they didn't catch it, / it could have been so much worse.
That's the part I don't get, right? Because, like, the kid goes up there to shitpost. Haha, gets arrested for his trouble, yada yada. But, like, I'm watching it live, and so did everyone watch it live, right? And most people had this moment of like, why is there a child on stage with the From Software dev team? Is that one of their sons?
Translator, maybe something? No, he's in the background waiting. What's going on? And they're making space for him, but they're not looking him in the eye or acknowledging his presence. So maybe he's staff.
How did that just play? How did no one who's like, you can you can just look at him and be like, I don't think he's on the Elden Ring dev team.
Yeah, I think socially, everyone just kind of assumed he was supposed to be there because he blended in with the 4 guys standing in the background as if he were supposed to be there. By the way,
for everyone at home, if you want to sneak in anywhere, just pretend like you're supposed to be there.
That's it. That's literally the entirety of social engineering. Like, you pretend you're supposed to be there. Most people are going to be like, yeah, probably. Like, of course, yeah, sure.
There's also like variations of that. My personal favorite is if you're 2 guys and you need to get into anything, hold a ladder. Just literally, the 2 of you guys hold a ladder.
And high vis vests.
Yeah, just walk right in.
Vest plus ladder. 2 people holding it. You're clear. through all security.
There's an old variation of this. Back in the 60s, it was the Stanley Milgram obedience experiments, where you would shock people at various degrees, but it was all
the
fake.
famous one.
Yeah, all it is like you would not believe what people will do if you wear a lab coat.
Sure.
If you put on a fucking lab coat and hold a clipboard, people will damn near do anything you tell them to do.
And and the context of instructions are being given by somebody that clearly knows better than me.
Yeah.
It is wild. So in this case, again, everyone, including FromSoft, just went like, yeah, I guess
who is
he's supposed to be here, Like, they might have went like, maybe he's the next presenter and he's out of place. The security went, maybe he's with FromSoft.
Lost child.
And the end result is it could have been anything way worse than what he did.
Oh, he could have said anything.
Or done anything.
Yeah.
So, he could have done anything like pull out a controller and challenge them to the true final boss match in Marvel 3. Chris G, you may have won, but you didn't win until you fight me. And my question was, when they arrested him, did a spirit like a poltergeist escape through his mouth and flow into the sky to find a new host to possess with the ghost of Marvel? Oh, man. Damn, man. He lives. He did an AMA, apparently.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't particularly care, but
yeah, I think it was like, what the fuck? Why did you do that? And I think all of the answers were just like, yeah, LOL.
I think it was LOL Lamau.
I believe LMAO was part of it too, actually. Yeah. So, all right. Idris Elba joined Cyberpunk 2077. Another celebrity.
I like Idris Elba.
He's cool. He's doing the capture. He's in there. Maybe now Keanu Reeves is thinking, fuck, I wish I got on second instead of first after they tightened up the screws and shit. I think
Keanu Reeves is playing in a pile of puppies right now.
Maybe. I would like to see Idris Elba interacting with Edge Runner's characters.
You think they'll turn into that?
Just swerve.
Yeah.
And also, yes, I mentioned it earlier, but they had a multiplayer Cyberpunk game that they canned so that they could work on fixing.
That's a good. Hey, making 2 bad games is not nearly as good of an idea as making 1 good one.
Cue Donald Glover. Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going over. I'm gonna try Cyberpunk out. I'm sure they'll make it a good game eventually. Apparently, it's a good game now, but on the docket for improvements is a complete rework of the entire melee system. So I'm gonna hold off until that.
Same. That's you mentioned that a while ago, and I'm like, that's a big one. That's what I need to see.
Like literally 30% of any way you can interact with any character in the game.
Speaking of melee systems, Jedi Survivor shows a trailer off coming out in March.
Yeah, it has a melee system where you hit a man with your lightsaber and he goes, fuck, ow, a lightsaber, ow.
No. This time he goes, ow, 2 lightsabers. Ow, ow.
A big lightsaber, ow. Yeah, that game looks good.
Yep.
Apparently the gentleman who does the acting for the main character is a fan of the show. So, hey, man.
Oh, cool.
Turn the lightsaber off when you're talking. The buzzing is too loud.
Did he say it was going to be the best Star Wars game ever?
Yes, I believe he did.
I think he said that. And it's funny because
it's not impossible.
It's like everyone's like, not a high bar.
There's some good Star Wars games, but even the really, really good ones are significantly flawed.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I have to admit that, like, as much as I don't think you're going to beat Kreia, you have to patch that into being good.
Even with it all fixed up, that game has some fucking holes, man.
it just, you gotta get the Band-Aids and the masking tape out, and then it becomes the greatest ever. But so this looks good, looks cool. I liked what I saw. Fucking more of that. And
yet another game Respawn is making that isn't Titanfall 3.
Sure. And it's always cool to I guess like jump in time, and even though I don't know, I haven't played the original, I know they mentioned that like this is like 5 years later, and so that's what the hair is about and stuff. So cool. Diablo 4. It's
cares?
Diablo 4 coming Street Fighter week, actually, June 6th, 2023. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. The one thing about that, when they're playing the trailer, and I was like, oh yeah, right, it's that Suicide Squad game, and then Batman shows up, and you're like, God fucking damn it, Kevin Conroy.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. So this is gonna be his last game.
Yeah.
And alongside that, actually, was just a side note. There was a story this week. There was a canceled Michael Keaton Batman film that we heard about. It was absolutely going to be called Batman Beyond.
Oh, come on.
They were doing it! They were doing it, and they fucking cowered it out. Or more likely, they killed it in the middle of killing off all the other WB shit because they're trying to
that sucks.
Save money. They were fucking doing it, dude.
I don't like that.
Worst timeline. He was on board. They were going. It was happening. It's just, it's all right there, man. And I still think Pattinson would have been perfect.
Yeah, I agree.
I still think he would have been great as Terry. So fuck. So blah to that. Mario footage. Saw more of that. Looks fine.
God, Chris Pratt is awful.
Everyone's working their best. Everyone's doing their best, and they're working hard.
Terrible.
So, shout outs to the cast. Not you.
Not you. Yeah, the 3x3
Thank you
grid. Thanks
for
everyone
not you.
for not you doing a great job. Like fucking terrible.
Horizon Forbidden West, Burning Shores, DLC announced.
I'm sure we're gonna find out. So it's coming out 4/20 or 4/19. I feel like this is them announcing that the Elden Ring DLC will be coming out the following week. Burying it again. Who knows?
Perhaps. The Burning Shores
Horizon Zero Awards is the funniest thing in the world.
Pretty good. There was a point where we were struggling to get the names correct, and I believe the next step was Horizon Montreal North. But sure, whatever that means. And then Chris Judge can go up, take the award, and then everyone can have that moment where they're like, hey man, let him talk, he's worked hard and he earned it. Okay. What? Trickle down economics?
I think the funniest
what is
part,
happening?
There's two things about that were hilarious. One is
Reagan.
They start playing the music to let him know to fucking stop, and he didn't stop. And then the music is so loud.
Yes.
By the time he gives, like, it's so loud, it's threatening to overpower him.
Classic. And then classic Oscars. And then
the second thing is, like, he's thanking the staff, he's thanking the director, he's thanking Sonny, he's thanking his kids. I'm so glad to be a father. And then he just doesn't thank his wife, and I was howling.
And did you see his tweet later?
Yeah, I saw the tweet. The tweet's like, of course I thank my wife. I love my wife. She's the best wife
They played me off
ever.
before I could, but they totally, yeah.
Dude, you talked for like 10 minutes after you were supposed to thank him. That big man getting the shit couch.
And it's funny because the whole thing with, like, Oscars and Grammys and Emmys is that, like, you can have one of those moments, especially if it's like the bigger the category, the more you get in terms of goodwill. And you can have one of those moments where you go, "Nuh-uh, you ain't playing me off yet. I got people to thank that I worked hard for this. I worked hard for this. You ain't gonna play me off like that." And everyone's like, all right, yeah. You know? And then you get one. And then when you double your time and lap yourself, and everyone's like,
20 minutes.
"Oh my god, dude, now you're just an ass because other people are now losing time on theirs."
Yeah, because then we got to like the halfway through the night where like devs were like, "Oh, thanks, really," and like as soon as they started to talk, the music would come in because they were like super late on time.
You are now a jerk when you cut into other people's shit. You know,
I'm Kratos.
We need Al Pacino to take 10 minutes to get what he's trying to say out. What the fuck are you doing? You're gonna kill us over here. Dunkachino's struggling. So, yeah. They did it. They moved. They caught up. Shout out Sonic Frontier. The frontier of zero acknowledgement whatsoever. And watching that shit where, like, he's talking about, like, oh, after we cut out all the bots, these are the awards or whatever. And I'm like, it's like all Sonic fans aside being like wild. It absolutely fucking should have gotten something soundtrack related with what they were doing with Frontiers.
Nomination.
Wild on that. I wanted Sifu to win Best Fighting Game, unironically.
I did. I wanted it to win.
It needed to happen to underline how absurd this whole thing is. Crash Team Rumble 4v4 multiplayer thing. Sure. I was like, yeah, I guess Crash Team Fortress or Crash Monday Night Combat, whatever you want to do with it. Seems fine.
The MOBR.
Space Marine 2.
Yeah, we knew about that.
Mm-hmm. More of that. New Hellboy, which as long as it's... Yeah, it looks... No, the art style looks cool because it actually resembles the comics.
I thought it was a cutscene, which is a good start. Yeah.
I'm just traumatized from fucking hours of QA spent on the PSP and 360 versions of those original games.
And you're right to be so.
Not fucking good. Crime Boss, the game that is not a Rockstar game, but
it looks so fucking fake.
It's why you see the cast they're going with, and you're like, okay, 505. Like, what's the budget of the actual game? Because Michael Madsen, Danny Glover, Kim Basinger, Danny Trejo, Vanilla Ice, Chuck Norris.
Michael Madsen looked like someone told him there was cocaine out on the stage.
Yeah, like Hollywood's having a rough go. They're doing it. They're trying, And again, Kim Basinger, she hit the MCU, so she's not, we're not in the 90s anymore. But still, no, they're pulling a cast that's probably half the budget, if not 70% of it. I don't know who asked for Lords of the Fallen 2, but hey.
It's not Lords of the Fallen 2, Woolie. The name of the game is
The Lords
of the Fallen.
Excuse me. The Predator, the Alien,
worst. The worst, dude.
The Wolverine. That is probably the best of the reboot conventions.
Forget about that first game because it was fine.
Was it?
It was okay. It was.
I
asked
the universe if it was better than Mortal Shell, and they said no.
It's not better than Mortal Shell.
That's crazy.
You're right.
Because that game has problems.
It does.
Anyway, Last of Us Part 1 for PC. Returnal announced for PC.
Last of Us Part 1 is like, just, I don't know how many times you release and re-release that fucking... It's becoming Sony's Skyrim.
Baldur's Gate release window.
Yeah.
August.
Yep. There's a
For spoke.
patch 9 is coming out in a few days. Do you know what patch 9? They won't tell people what's in it. It's gonna add 30% more to the game's current file size.
Nice. Good.
They also, this is a bit inside, but I'm sure you recognize Minsk in that trailer. Are you not familiar with Minsk?
Perhaps not.
Okay, so the guy crawling out of the mimic with the purple face tattoo.
That was like, is that Kratos? What is that?
No,
Who's that?
oh my god, that's Minsk from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. He is the guy with the hamster Boo, who he yells at to go for the eyes. He's voiced by Jim Cummings. He is still alive, by the way, Jim Cummings. Hopefully it is still there. Also, there's another character called Jahira that is in that trailer, which is another Baldur's Gate 2 character, which Baldur's Gate 3 was going to be this like, hey, remember Baldur's Gate? We're going to make a new one. But like nobody thought they were going to continue the actual characters and story of a fucking game from fucking 98.
So I was curious as to whether, and I'm like, have mimics always been a big deal in Baldur's Gate?
No.
Because like there was a whole lot of, yeah, I guess.
It's a mimic.
Cool.
Yeah, Minsk rules, man. He's a really excellent fighter, and seeing him in the game lends a lot of like.
That's good voice talent.
Like there is a not insignificant possibility that Drizzt will be in this game to hang out as a result.
Yeah. Blades and fucking panthers. Let's go.
You hung out with him in fucking 2.
Yeah, I forget that like it's actually official D&D like canon
no, it's
shit.
the Forgotten Realms campaign setting.
In my brain it was just like, oh, it's that other setting, but yeah. Okay, Forspoken got a demo that's available now. Good. Yeah, it looks, honestly, dude, like after we get past all the whoa, that happened.
Yeah.
Then you kind of go, yeah, right, Agni's Philosophy looked cool. That looked like it was going to be a fun game. Parkour plus magic sounds like a great idea. Just you also now have to do parkour plus magic plus he's right behind me, isn't he?
Yeah. And I wish Bayonetta would say it's right behind me, isn't he?
Well, Transformers Reactivate, whatever, some live action trailer shit. I don't know.
Sure, whatever.
Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden.
I can't remember what that is.
That was.
That sounds fake.
That was the Don't Nod one with the Viking looking people. That was like, oh, Don't Nod's doing a thing that's not Life is Strange.
Oh, that was a Rise of the Cum Priest.
Okay, sure.
That's
sure.
Yeah, that's that one. Yeah.
Right,
okay.
right. And I mean, look, man, they made Remember Me, they made Life is Strange, and then they fucking swerved into a completely different direction. Vampire came and went, and why not? Ghost Hunting, Banishing, 1695. Then what did they show? They showed Immortals of Avium, which was like, there was for 1 second it was first person, and then the hands cast like a blue blade spell on its fist, and Reggie's like, Mass Effect 4.
Oh,
like, yeah, yes, Reggie. It's like, yes, it's Mass Effect 4. There's a glowing thing on someone's hand, clearly.
That's, yeah.
Just, I mean, like,
you got it.
You've never airballed harder, like, burn, like, it's wild. But God bless, dude. God bless. Keep trying. Remnant 2.
That first game was way better than it felt like it should have been. So that's probably going to be excellent.
But do we have room for more Schluters?
Yeah, well, that's Dark Souls with a gun. That's not a
shooter.
Oh, yeah,
okay. Yeah, it is. It's called a Schluter.
Yeah, well, like play it and like yeah, you get guns and they have random stats, but it's Dark Souls with a gun.
I mean, Gearbox themselves called it a loot shooter.
Gearbox calls everything they fucking make a loot shooter.
Blue Protocol, which I guess I'm like, is this the answer to Scarlet Nexus? I don't know, but it's blue anime instead of red.
You mean not horny Genshin Impact?
Made by Amazon Games, correct?
Yeah. Oh man, that Amazon Games logo came up, and I'm like, oh wow, that's gonna die. They're just gonna kill that.
Is this ever coming out? I guess it's coming out.
They're like 0 for 10 at this point.
Keep trying.
Like,
yeah, but just keep paying me, and then keep trying. Castlevania Cross Dead Cells. Why not?
Yay!
No
I don't know
gameplay.
how that's gonna work, but yay!
I'm assuming level textures and weapons are just gonna be fucking whips and crucifixes and music and such. Just drop it in the way Zelda dropped into Necrodancer.
Sure.
Valiant Hearts, Colossal Cave, Wild Hearts, right? Sure.
Sure.
There's the Fire Emblem DLC.
Sure.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Sure.
Destiny 2 Lightfall.
Sure.
Dune, the MMO, survival MMO, it said.
Sure.
All right. Well, Among Us Hide and Seek. Not
wow,
Among Us 2.
Wow.
Not Among Us 2.
They're coming for you, Dead by Daylight. They're coming for you.
Again, I that Among Us 2 that was planned, I bet you they fucking deleted that shit right in the recycling bin, and just
bad idea.
Yeah, just as they started getting heat. Horizon Call of the Mountain. Sure. And yes, last but not least, indeed, the sex update was made to Ultra Kill with buttplug.io support, allowing you to play Ultra Kill with a remote connected vibrator or butt plug, which vibrates alongside the action of the game.
Now Ultra Kill can give you the intense feeling of being a world famous chess champion,
who apparently is going to be suing Magnus Carlsen because he does it because of the slander of that story. So we'll see where the story goes.
Yeah, in order for him to sue that, he would have to prove that Magnus Carlsen knew he didn't have a butt plug in his ass when he made the statement.
There's a lot that would have to be proven, and it would be the court case of the century with exhibits. So we'll see. Your Honor, I present the anal Morse code chart.
You like get a fucking behavioral scientist in there to like examine his face. It's like you can see he's being sent the signals now.
The average person has a vein pop on their forehead when they Kegel hard enough. All right, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got one coming in from Noah. Says, "Dear Woolie and Pat, question: what do you do when you want desperately to enjoy a game, but you can't grasp the intended play, and there's little to no online help? Armored Core, no answers. I was so thrilled to see Armored Core 6's trailer that I decided to pick up where I left off on For Answer. Couldn't really remember why I fell off, and it didn't take long before dozens of times to test next with a cramp in my hand. So that I remembered that I literally can't play this game. I love the mechs, I love the world, the music, and to a certain extent the controls, but I'm physically incapable of overcoming all but the most rudimentary of challenges. I know you've bounced off of games due to goblins, community, etc., but what about just plain raw difficulty? Ever been a time when it was just too damn hard to get into?"
Yeah, I just don't play it.
I was gonna ask, like, does Armored Core have control settings on easy that you know, take away functionality and make it simpler?
I have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
If it's straight up a skill issue, are there modes that are like stylish, easy operation? You know, tell me a story.
I don't think
Nothing. It's a FromSoft game after all. Yeah. I'm not surprised to hear that. FromSoft is, you know, they're not trying to fucking ease your way into it, unfortunately. But that's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I just stopped playing. I play something else. Usually my exact emotional state after that frustration is I go play Final Fantasy.
I would probably, honestly, if I really was determined, I would probably look up like the different Armored Core games and see like which had the most control options, and see if like there was an easing in method.
It's probably
you
for
know,
answer.
if would it be? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Boy, damn. I don't know.
Netflix
yeah.
has just nabbed the live-action adaptation rights of the manga My Hero Academia from Legendary Entertainment.
That's cool.
Ugh.
Let's see it. Let's see it in American high school. With powers. You know what? Like, I need to hear an announcement like that, and then the second sentence is, we hired this famous YouTube stunt team to make it. And you're like, oh, okay, cool.
Oh, yeah,
good.
I know the guys.
Yeah.
I know those guys.
Netflix has acquired the rights to Thing, and they've handed it to YouTube stunt team. You're like, okay.
The backpack?
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Backpack guy. Great. No problem. Kill it. Fuck. Just hand it off, please. Yeah. King Vader. There we go. Fuck yeah. Good shit, man. And then yeah, the other question was, like I said, about the bad beginning, middle, or end. So let's take the last one over here from Crank, who says, "Dear Lupin Green and Pat Ren Ugo, Hustler Scam, Karate Bugman Edition."
All right.
You read the subject line, so here's the story. Shunsuke Takasugi was a Japanese actor, having roles in Gamera sequels and several detective dramas, but is mostly well known for both in Japan and overseas for playing the lead in Kamen Rider Super 1. Like most actors tied to Toku, he was pigeonholed pretty quickly, so the opportunities for work dried up over the decades. As Showa era turned into the reign of Heisei, and then into the reign of Neo Heisei. Sometime in 2003, it was reported that from Takasugi that Super 1's Henshin belt was taken by legitimate businessmen, and that he needs money to get it back. For 9 years, fans sent him donations to try and do just that. And by 2012, he'd gotten about 50 million yen, aka 450,000 US, from all of that. A year later, the courts decided to investigate his report on these legitimate businessmen, as he called them, and they called him to appear in court. Of course, he did not show up. He had one more public appearance in 2014 and then disappeared entirely in 2017 and hasn't been seen since. Hustler Scam. You fucking tell me. I think that's
pretty easy.
I think that's pretty clear. I think there's not much decision on that one. The judges aren't out.
I think that dude died. The way that story reads is that dude got disappeared due to bad debts.
Like step one is turning to the fans and telling them to send you money. Yeah, that's already leading towards scam. Now, don't forget, you can subscribe to Woolie Versus, and you can even donate if you click the button down below. So
you'll go get your missing rider belt from legitimate businessmen.
Legitimate quote-unquote businessmen. I mean, like Like, there's a part of me that, like, I wish there was a way to, like, this dude fucking, he was a Kamen Rider, and then he had nothing going on, and then he's like, I'm gonna do what little I can with this fandom, because he was probably still going to conventions and sitting at tables and signing shit, you know? So, in the meantime, just, circuit. Like, yeah, so basically, like a version of him that's like Virgil from WWE, you know, or formerly, that's just like setting up tables everywhere. Virgil Superstar, shaking you down for money. Like, I feel like there's something kind of funny about that hustle, but when he actually made close to $500,000 and then ghosted the fuck out, nah, that's clearly a scam.
That is a scam. That's the easiest one we've seen so far.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, Kamen Rider Super 1, more like Kamen Rider Ghost. All right.
You get a B for effort. Not even an A.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll call it there.
All right, have a good one, everybody.